came up on that presentation that warmed my heart and will continue to warm yours. Two things that Dr. King left us. One, he said, choose love. Please keep that in your heart. And the other, he said, it takes all of us. So think of that tonight. Keep your hearts warm. We got a lot of great things on the agenda tonight. We're glad to see you. And with that, we're going to call the meeting to order. I'm going to ask our town council to please call, or our town clerk to please call the roll.
All right, Mayor Gupton.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dellinger.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Singleton.
Here.
Councilmember Stallings.
Here.
And Councilmember Vance.
Here.
And this evening, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance and then the invocation by Councilmember Kelvin Stahl.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Dear God, we come before you tonight with grateful hearts, clear minds, renewed spirits. Thank you for allowing us to see a new year with a fresh start and new opportunities to do right by the people we serve. We are still here carrying the spirit of this past weekend as we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King, a spirit of courage, a spirit of compassion, a spirit of justice that doesn't just sound good in a speech, but actually shows up how we live and how we lead. So tonight, as we make decisions that shape the direction of this town, we ask that you keep us with that same momentum, keep us with that same heart, help us stay grounded in humility, help us stay present with our residents, help us lead with wisdom and not ego. And Lord, when the choices get hard and when the pressure gets real and when the path isn't obvious, remind us not to lean on our own understanding, but lean into your divine wisdom. Give us guidance, give us discernment, give us strength to do what's right, even when it's not easy. We ask all this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir. With that, we will go right to our agenda. Section B is petitions and comments, and I'll ask our town clerk if anyone has signed up to speak.
Yes, sir. We have two individuals who have signed up to speak under petitions and comments.
Okay, thank you. Then I will require the little guidance that we always go by here when we're allowed to speak here. This portion of the meeting is to receive comments from the public on items not included in this agenda that are regarding matters germane to town policies or business or subjects within the town council's real or apparent jurisdiction. Individuals or group spokespersons must sign up with the town clerk prior to the start of the meeting. The council is interested in hearing your concerns, but will not take action or deliberate on subject matter brought up during the petition to comment segment. Topics requiring further investigation will be referred to the appropriate town officials or staff and may be scheduled for a future agenda. And there is a 2-minute limit for each person. We thank you being very sensitive to your other friends, so they'll have their time and considerate of their time as well. With that, Town Clerk, who is our first speaker?
Our first speaker would be Rebecca Lakey.
Rebecca Lacey, would you come to the podium, please, and introduce yourself with name and address?
Rebecca Lakey, 105 Shore Drive, Garner, North Carolina.
Thank you.
I just want to speak to the last council meeting. I felt that one of the councilmen, Mr. Stallings, was deeply disrespected. And I didn't think that was fair. That was his first full council meeting. And to speak to the election itself, I don't know if anybody actually looked at the numbers, including the person who did the disrespecting, but the two top people received over 30% of the vote each. The next person after that was 13%. So to me, the people of Garner have spoken. They picked their elected officials. There should not be any disrespect presented to the people, whether they're what they're wearing, where they're at. This is council, as he said, this is nonpartisan. They come up here, they do what is best for the town, and I stand behind all of them that do what's best for the town. And that was all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us here. We have another speaker tonight.
Yes, sir. Mr. Ricky Pierce.
Yes, sir. If you would approach the microphone and introduce yourself with name and address, please.
I'm Ricky Pierce. I live at 1810 Vendor Springs Road. Lived in Garner all my life, almost 74 years. And to the lady that just spoke in front of me, she's talking about me. But anyway, as I promised on the December 16th meeting, I'm returning to express my dissatisfaction with recent actions by certain members of this board. Since I only have 3 minutes, I won't need to speak fast, but rest assured, what I don't get said tonight will be said at the next board meeting and any others until I finish. After speaking on December 16th, I was quite astounded at the number of people watching these proceedings on their computers and phones. The number of positive responses that I have was overwhelming, and they were all positive. My Facebook post just last night told me that I'm not alone with my concerns. Up until the last election, your seats were apolitical, but the Democratic Party determined our town was not capable of doing what was best for us. By choosing to insert their candidate, they have chosen to poke the sleeping bear, and now they will feel the rage. With the exception of Councilmember Matthews and possibly Councilmember Vance, I have lost all faith and trust and confidence in you other three, to do the town's business. You can't serve two masters, and you've proven that your loyalties are to your party. I'm announcing to those present and those listening in their homes the formation of a council watch committee that will have members at all future council meetings to ensure you act in the best interest of the citizens of Garner. There will be a Facebook page so we may stay in close contact with each other and report what has been observed. You see, I'm not the only one who has lost confidence in you. You got caught with your hand in the cookie jar, and you didn't like it. You didn't like being called out, and you even wanted to challenge my right to speak. How dare you? Those interested in joining with me on this committee are welcome to call me at any time. I'm easy to find. In closing for this evening, I want to revisit the wreath laying ceremony of December 13th. Mr. Stallings, you are going to continue to represent the citizens of this town. You need to learn who they are and what their values are and what's important. Those of our community who answered the nation's call to get and gave their lives in defense of this country are foremost in importance. Your attire was not only disrespectful, but was unacceptable. And Mr. Dellinger, if you think I was the only one that noticed your Superman t-shirt under your jacket, you're wrong. You should have known better. You should have known better, and we remember our patriots and heroes. It's not your thing. Mr. Stallings, you owe the citizens of this town, the family members who were present there to honor their fallen sons and the names that were read, an apology, unless you think you are above apologizing. If you are here tonight because I invited you, just I want to let you know I appreciate it, and I'll be back next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Proving again, we do live in America. We do have freedom of speech. Thank you all for your civility and your patience as we work through these trying times. With that, we move to item C
Mr.
on
Mayor.
the agenda.
If I may interrupt, we did have one other individual who signed up to speak, but she signed up for the Bennett North Apartments, which is on the agenda.
Okay, so that's the only two speakers we have in the petitions and comments.
Right. She signed up on a petitions and comments form because there's not a public hearing for Bennett North Apartments, and we didn't have an opportunity, unfortunately, to speak with her before the meeting to explain this.
Okay,
So if you're inclined to hear from her during that item on the agenda, we'd like to be able to let her know that.
we will see what council wants to do and what time permits. It is not a public hearing. It's typically not a place for the public to speak in that. There has been a long process of public hearings, planning commission hearings, opportunities to be heard. This is not set up for a public meeting on this particular item. So we'll move ahead with adoption of the agenda, item C. And council members have had a chance to review the agenda. I'm asking if there's a motion and a second to adopt the agenda.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion by Mr. Stallings and a second by Mr. Matthews. If there's no discussion, please signify by saying aye if you are in favor of adopting the agenda.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed by nay? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted unanimously. And now for the presentation, what the vast majority of the folks came here to see this evening, that is the swearing in of Fire Chief Barrett Penny. And this is a first in so many ways. It's a milestone in so many ways. It's the first time that the town of Garner has ever hired a fire chief. We've had some great fire chiefs, but they have not been hired by the town. It's also the first time of a swearing in town hall of a fire chief. And we can't tell you how excited all of the staff, all of your council is to have completed a journey that's been at least 8 years in the making of how can we do the best for all concerned in terms of the citizens, the firefighters, the town, and how can we do the best. When it first came up to my attention some years ago, there was talk of merging the fire department and the town. My first thoughts were, well, you can't make these firefighters any better. They're the best that they are. They're nationally recognized. We have the lowest fire rates in the country. What can we do to possibly improve? But as I got into it and started studying and seeing how much of their own support system the firefighters had to do in their spare time, everything from building maintenance, yard maintenance, and the way less glamorous things like HR and IT and all of that kind of stuff, and accounting, managing their software, repairing their own computers. I said, well, maybe there is a way here that the town of Garner could contribute those types of services and let the firefighters focus on what only firefighters can do. And we have the best firefighters in the country right here today. We have the best new fire chief. We're so excited to be hiring from our homegrown talent right here. We're just swelling with pride in every single way. That being said, I'm going to ask Chief Penny to step up here. We'll administer the oath. Then we'll have a time for some comments from some other council members. And of course, even though Rick is not here, his loyal helpers are, and no job is finished without the photo opportunity. So I'll come down and read this.
Mr. Mayor? Where do you want them to do it?
Here. Oh, okay.
I'm going to say aye, and you repeat your aye. Mayor Penny. Do solemnly and sincerely swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof. That I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of my knowledge and ability, so help me God. Do you accept this challenge?
I do.
Thank you. Congratulations. Pretty awesome reception. I think they like you, Barrett. Have you got a few comments you'd like to make, sir?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. You know, I was listening to you when you started talking about the fire department, and I've got some stuff prepared, and I want to go through that. But I want to just, without anything on paper, I want to just say you're right. You were talking about the fire department and all the things that we did for so many years on our own, and that was IT, that was HR, that was finance, that was everything. And I must say that it's I'm beyond speechless tonight at this room, because there's a lot of people in this room that did all of those things before I was ever even on the fire department. So I just want to say that, okay? It's an incredible honor to stand before you as the fire chief of the town of Garner. This town raised me, it shaped me, and it continues to inspire me every single day. First, I want to just extend my sincere thank you to Mayor Gelpton, members of council, the town managers, Town Manager Jody Miller and the assistant town managers Matt Poole and John Hodges. Thank you for your trust and confidence in this position. Your leadership and vision guides this community every day. And, it inspires all of your departments to perform at the highest level. To the town department heads and the town staff that's here tonight, and I say this more from me, I've been serving as the interim chief for 10 months, and when I came into this, I was scared to death, to be honest with you, but the town staff, and especially the department heads, and the grace you've shown in helping me and our whole department throughout the past 10 months, I want to say thank you for that. To the men and women of Garner Fire Rescue, you're the backbone of this organization. Your dedication, professionalism, compassion is what makes this organization truly exceptional. Please know that you are at the forefront of every decision that's made, whether it's council, town management, or in our fire administrative office. My commitment to you as your chief is to listen, communicate openly, and lead with transparency, and to ensure that every member has a voice. We will continue to train together, we'll learn together, we'll support one another as a team with one mission, and that is to serve and protect this community with excellence. My goal for every member of this department is to know that they're valued, they're supported, and empower them to do their best. You all know I have a high expectation from you, and you can expect the same from me. To the command staff and administration of our organization, thank you. Thank you for your dedication in supporting every aspect of our department. Your leadership, professionalism, and commitment to our mission is essential to our success, and I'm proud to serve alongside you every day. There's a lot of mentors of mine in this room. My colleagues, my mentors, you played a vital role in where I am today as a person and where we are as an organization. I want to tell you how grateful I am. Chief Williams was my supervisor for many, many years. I learned a lot from him, and it means a lot to have you here tonight, and I know it means a lot to our staff. Tim Herman, he was my supervisor for over 10 years, and to have him here tonight in supporting this as somebody that was a member of our organization for so long, I learned a lot from a lot of people in this room. I especially want to acknowledge somebody. That's our former fire chief, Matt Poole. Chief, you laid a foundation of true success. You built this department on professionalism, service, and trust. And I commit to you that we will ensure your efforts remain intact. When you became the fire chief, you did exactly that. Your legacy is deeply respected. It's on our walls in our building, and we will carry it forward with pride. To my family that's here tonight, my mother, my father, my wife, my son, many, many family members here tonight, this job, especially as a fire chief, and I've learned this over the past couple of months serving as an interim chief, it doesn't quit. Your phone will ring constantly. Chief Poole said that a lot, and I didn't know if I believed him. But it's one that doesn't quit. And as a fire chief, you have a duty to answer that phone call or deal with whatever needs to be dealing with. So thank you for sharing me. I'll just end with this. Garner is more than a place where I work. It's a town that gave me roots, my values, my passion for service. I love this community, and it is my honor to give back to the same town that raised me. As your fire chief, I would lead with integrity, compassion, and transparency. Together, we will honor our proud traditions of this department while building an even stronger future, one that is rooted in teamwork, service, and pride in our community. I would like to thank each and every one for being here tonight. Thank you for this opportunity. And I just want you to know that I will continue to support anybody in our community and our organization as long as I'm here. It is truly the honor of my life to serve as the fire chief of this department. Thank you.
And while you're there may be a few other comments that council might want to make. And let's start with Mr. Vance at this end.
Chief Petty, I congratulate you on your promotion as fire chief. You have demonstrated a strong leadership, dedication, and deep commitment to our community. There's no doubt about that. Your experience and lifelong roots in Garner make you well suited to lead our fire rescue department. I look forward to working with you and wish you continued success.
Thank you.
Echo what Councilman Vance said and also say that the nights like this are my favorite to be here in council, because then we're in the presence of greatness when you guys show up. We have to look at a bunch of numbers, and you said it best, that these folks up here and you are looking out for you because you look out for everybody else. And you can be guaranteed that when we're doing this work up here, we're making sure that you can do the best job in the safest way possible to help as many people as possible. And you're the person that continue to lead that. And so, like I said, I'm just a little overwhelmed when this many people just show up and we get to look at you, eye to eye and show our appreciation and know that it's in good hands. So congratulations, Chief.
Chief Penny, when I first got elected, you were one of the first people I met and got to know. And I was definitely ecstatic when I seen that you got the promotion. So I look forward to working with you. And I'm definitely glad that you became our fire chief. Thank you.
Chief Pendy, it says a lot about what people have respect for you, but how many people are here to watch you get sworn in tonight. I've known Chief Penny Robert since he was a young boy because his family lived on Powell Drive for many years, and their yard backed up to the parking lot at North Garner, and I lived on Bryan Street, and I was beside it, so their yard kind of came to my corner. And sometimes when he was a young boy, if I was out there doing yard work, he'd go back to the fence, and he'd be there and say, hey. And he was just a young guy. He just wanted to come down there and say,
You ain't
hey.
got to tell everything, Councilman.
But you did. That's one of those things. That's part. But you said how you grew up in Garner, raised in Garner, and I worked at the hardware store for many years and saw you in there with your dad, who I see out there, and you're Garner through and through. And congratulations! I know you're doing an outstanding job.
Chief Penny, congratulations. And to our town manager, great choice. Y'all had a hard time with this one, I know, but as we say in Garner, the cream rises to the top. And I've known this gentleman for a long time, seen you come up through the ranks. Back 100 years ago when I was a volunteer fireman, not many of us left now, but seen a lot of the guys in this room develop and come up and got stripes on the arm, and we're very proud of you. And I know you're going to take this to the next level. I know your commitment. I know your family supports you, and you got a team of the best in here. That's why everybody's coming to Garner. They want to be on the fire department. They want to be on our police department because they know this board has your back. So whatever you need, we'll hook up with the manager and make sure you've got the tools and your staff need to do your job. So when you come off duty, you go home to be with your family. So congratulations, and look forward to watching you.
Absolutely. Fantastic comments. Can't thank you enough for all you're doing. You have our support. And we'll have another event almost as exciting, and that's to celebrate the retirement of another man in blue. If you'll stick around that long, you'll be glad you did. You won't have to stick around for the budget auditing stuff if you don't like, but you probably do want to stick around for this. I'm going to start by reading a proclamation in appreciation for the services of Richard Roach. After this, I'm going to ask Captain Castelline to come up and make some comments as well. And of course, we'll call on Officer Roach as well. But whereas Richard Roach first served the town as a police officer in the police department when he was hired on January 30th, 2006. And whereas Richard was elevated to Police Officer 2, effective on February 28, 2011, and whereas Richard was elevated to First Class Officer, effective on July 13, 2015, and whereas Richard was elevated to Senior Officer, effective on December 19, 2018, and whereas Richard was elevated to Corporal, effective on August 16, 2021, and whereas with 20 years of service to the town, Richard Roach has served unselfishly in his capacity for the good of the town of Garner, making sacrifices in personal and family ties. And now therefore be it resolved by the Town Council of the town of Garner, North Carolina, that Richard Roach is hereby officially commended by this council on behalf of all citizens of Garner for valuable and outstanding service rendered to the town of Garner in his official capacity as corporal with the town of Garner Police Department. Be it further resolved that this resolution be made a part of the permanent records of the town of Garner, and that a copy of this resolution be presented to Richard Roach. And I will deliver this to you along with Captain Castelline if you'll join us at the podium.
Good evening, Town Council, Town Management, the community of Garner. I was told I didn't have a lot of time to speak here, so I'll keep it very brief. I'm honored to witness two great things today. The Barrett Penny becoming the Chief of Garner. I know he's got the commitment and the heart to do a great job and continue our great partnership. But then also another great thing, the retirement of Detective Richard Roach. And as I thought about what to say today and to kind of keep it brief and to keep two things that I told him I would say is to use the word hero and food in my talk today. So I'm going to do the best I can. Richard's dedicated over 2 decades of service to the town of Garner and decades of service to the law enforcement profession. That in itself speaks volumes. Richard spent a majority of his career in investigations detectives division, dealing with a wide variety of crimes, but specifically crimes involving children and violent crimes, which pulls a great toll on each and every one of us. And it takes a special person to do that job. And Richard was one of those people because he had the commitment and a dedication to be the voice to victims that sometimes weren't able to talk or didn't want to talk, and to make sure that each case was done completely and it was prosecuted to the fullest. So that takes a lot of dedication and commitment. So now to bring in the word hero. He's more than just a hero in a badge or a hero to his 2 sons at home. He's a hero to so many people in the community, individuals that he touched or mentored. So he is a true hero. So now how do I bring in the word food? Well, I'll say that they say you should always say something humorous or funny, especially in law enforcement or public safety. I will say that if any time somebody brought food into the police department or made something, Richard was the first person there getting the food, or he was the last person leaving with, you would think he had about 10 kids at home. So, no, he definitely has put in his time and dedication. And Richard, when we leave here today, you know, you're leaving the Garner Police Department, but you're not leaving your friends or the people of this department. We're always here for you whenever you need anything. So thank you, and I appreciate your dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. I asked Richard if he wanted to say a few words. He said, well, not really. But you can stand there and listen while some other people pour some more accolades. Let's start with Mr. Matthews this time, please.
Man, I hate to lose you. It's something else, but I know everybody wants to be on the police department, Garner, and you being the type of guy you are, you're going to move aside and make way for another young one to come on board, and I'm sure you'll be there to mentor them also, but we're proud of our police department. You guys are the best, and I wish you well on your retirement. I'm sure your family's got a lot of things in mind. A guy told me one time, he said, Phil, have all the fun you can before you retire, because people think you got nothing but time on your hands, and they're going to keep you busy. And from what I hear about you, that's going to be a fact. So congratulations, and you're still up here.
Corporal Roach, Detective Roach, by both, congratulations. Thank you for your service to the town for 20 years. It's a lot. As was said, you've worked with crimes with kids and violent crimes. That is tough. Someone I grew up with did that with Raleigh for years, and the toll it can take on sometimes it's tough. Thank you for your dedication, your work, and enjoy your retirement or your semi-retirement.
Detective, thank you for thank you for your service to the town of Garner. Congratulations on your retirement. Public service is hard, but thank you for your countless years serving the town of Garner.
Thank you for your years of service and enjoy your retirement. I think it's easier to leave when you know what you've left behind, to know you're leaving it in good shape and in good hands, and you're a part of that. So that comfort you feel, you've kind of invested that yourself. So enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Congratulations, Detective Roach, on your 20 years of retirement. That's a great feat. Your commitment, professionalism, and service to our community have made a great and lasting impact. You set an example, and I wish you great continued success, good health, and great fulfillment in your retirement.
Thank you very much. A great occasion here today. You're all welcome to stick around for the budget analysis, but our finance director, Mr. Beckett, said his feelings won't be hurt if you want to continue your little celebration in the lobby. So thank you again very much. Thanks to all.
We're losing friends.
I saw David coming in with a box full of stuff. He may have a big one.
I think we got that. Yeah, we got that right there. Because he's been, so, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Don, their brother Phil was on to his other barbecue leave. Earl Williams and they would hang out at the hardware store sometimes. That's when it was all this arm went off. I think just hop in the car and I mean, I saw the time Lee would run down there sometimes. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Beck, thank you for your patience and thanks for the consideration of your co-workers over here who had their own celebration to do. But your stuff is equally important, not quite as glamorous, but equally important. We couldn't do it without you. So that being said, I'd like to turn it over to you, Mr. David Beck, our Finance Director, to talk about the fiscal year 25 audit presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to you and council. Yeah, that's tough to follow that, but it's like you said, it's a great day in Garner to see, one coming up through the ranks and being promoted, and also one leaving a legacy of service behind. So I'm pleased to be here tonight to share the results of the fiscal year 24-25 audit with you. Joined tonight by Tesla Plitt, who works for Malden and Jenkins, the town's audit firm. She will go through a presentation with you, reviewing the work that they did and analyzing the town's financials and sharing information with you. And then we're available to answer any questions at the end of that as well. Hopefully everyone had a chance to review the full audit report and the presentation that went out earlier. And I've also placed a printed hard copy of the audit report and a letter that's inside the back cover of that for each of you tonight. And like I said, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tesla to begin the presentation.
Thanks, David. So I wanted to introduce myself as Tesla Plitt. I have worked with the town of Garner for the last 3 fiscal years. This is my first time presenting to you all, though. Typically, it's Tim Lyons. He is the engagement partner. And so just going over my agenda, I'll try and keep it brief. So I'll go over the engagement team, the results of the audit, some of our required communications. We do have a management letter comment. That is what David was referring to at the back of the report. We do have a slide over a financial performance indicator of concern, and then the financial trends, and then we'll also have a slide for comments and questions, but feel free to step in if you have any questions as we're going through the presentation. So a little bit about the engagement team in Malden and Jenkins. This slide is a little outdated. We did acquire a firm in Louisiana and Texas, so there's a couple additional states and offices added to this, and so this is slightly outdated, but as I said, I was the engagement in charge. This is my 3rd year working with the town, and then Tim Lyons was our partner reviewer, and he's worked with the town for longer than I have, for probably the last 5 or so years. And then moving on to the results. So this is also part of our required communications. I'm not going to read this word for word, but essentially our objective, we provide reasonable, not absolute assurance that the basic financial statements are free from material misstatement. We do not have any findings this year. We issued an unmodified or clean report, just a fancy accounting term, for a clean report. And we present fairly in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America, or GAAP. And our responsibility does not extend beyond the financial information contained in the report. As I mentioned, there are no findings, no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, and no instances of non-compliance reported. So great news for this year. And moving on to our single audit portion of the report. So the government requires that if there is a federal award that was expended over $750,000, that we do a separate single audit on that grant. For this year, we did not have a federal program above that threshold. That threshold will increase to $1 million starting fiscal year 26. We did test a state program this year. The threshold for that is $500,000. So any state program that was had expenditures of over $500,000, we test separately. This year was the State Construction and Infrastructure Fund that had around $1.3 million of expenditures this year. We also have a separate opinion on that testing, and we had an unmodified or clean report for the single audit as well, with no findings on that. So part of our presentation, we have our required communications. We discuss these every year. So a lot of the significant accounting policies that the town uses are in the note 1 of the statements, kind of towards the front of the statements. We did have a couple Government Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, statements that needed to be reviewed for this year. It's GASB 101 and 102. We did not have a significant impact on the statements for those, but I did work closely with David and Tyler, the finance department, and they're very knowledgeable about those. So I just wanted to note that with every year there's new standards we have to implement, and I know this morning they went to a class on the ones for next year. So they keep in touch with those new statements. And as far as policies used by the town, they are in accordance with GAAP, as I mentioned, and there were no new significant policies for this year. And along with auditing, auditing the actual numbers for the year. We also look at management judgments and accounting estimates every year. And we like to note to the council that the current judgment and accounting estimates that are completed by the finance department are reasonable. There is a lot of judgment used when we audit the statements, but also there's judgment used by the finance department. And so we just note that it was reasonable for this year, as always. As far as some of the financial statement disclosures, these are in the notes section. These are very important to look through. They'll give you more context about everything. And so we just note that that is part of our audit as well, are some of the required disclosures that we need to make every year. As far as the relationship with management, we always like to note that we had full cooperation from management. There were no disagreements with management on accounting issues or financial reporting matters. I love working with the finance department here. So we always receive good, full cooperation from them. As far as audit adjustments, we did have 2 what are called past audit adjustments during fiscal year 25. These are adjustments that typically would impact the prior year financial statements, but they were not a material amount to do so. So we typically adjust those amounts through the current year, but we do like to note this to the board. The first one we had is a overstatement of assets during fiscal year 24. I would like to note, and I have this bolded, that this was found by the town. So the finance department came to us while we started our fieldwork testing and told us that there were some duplicated assets last year within the the construction in progress, or CIP as we call it. So like I said, this amount was not enough to restate prior year statements, but it's just something that we like to note because we adjusted this $879,000 through current year deletions. The other adjustment we had was $100,000, which related to the understatement of assets from a grant, the LSA2 grant. So with this, there are some very intricate finance and accounting rules to follow with grant accounting. And so in this case, the town did not record accounts receivable relating to this grant revenue. And so we had to adjust that this year. That is part of what that management letter at the back of the statements discusses. It's just grant accounting. There's a lot that goes into it, and it takes a lot of knowledge to know exactly how the local government commission, or LGC, likes it to be presented and that kind of thing. And then as far as representation from management, this is our management representation letter that we send at the end of the audit. And the town has provided those without a problem. So more of our required communications. So for consultation with other accountants, we do not know, or to the best of our knowledge, management has not consulted with or obtained any other opinions from independent accountants during the year, and we did not face any issues requiring outside consultation. There were no significant issues discussed with management relating to business conditions, plans, or strategies that may have affected the risk of material misstatement of the financial statements for this year. And as far as the information and documents contained in the financial statements, the report does not extend beyond the information in the report, essentially is what that says. And then we also like to mention our independence from the town. So every year my firm does a big independence survey. We just like to note we are independent, and there were no fees paid to Emmett, Malden & Jenkins for advisory services during the year that might affect our independence. So moving into the management letter that I've mentioned, this is
verbatim from that letter. So I just have it in the presentation so others can see as well. So again, this relates to grant accounting. A management letter, I would just like to note, is not included in the statements. It is not a finding. It is more so a recommendation to the finance department, to the board, to review policies and review different aspects of grant accounting to ensure that it is recorded correctly. So in this case, just some more details. There is a GASB statement number 33 for revenue recognition. And essentially, there were grant funding that had expenditures for the year, and the revenue or the accounts receivable was not recorded for the year because there was not a reimbursement request submitted right away. And this is on I believe, a department level. And so this is something that grant accounting is just, again, one of those things that's a little bit more difficult. And so this is something that we had to adjust for this year. And again, this is more so just a recommendation so that for next year, everything is good to go. And the town always has followed that. So we just like to note it because it was a significant amount. In total, it was $360,000. If you have any further questions on that, obviously, please let me know too. So this slide, every year at the end of the audit, we do a submission to the LGC, or Local Government Commission for North Carolina. And there is a data input form that we fill out. It's essentially a big survey, questions relating to the final report. And it will pull up at the end of our submission what is called FPIC, or Financial Performance Indicator of Concern. For this year, there was one. There typically has not been. And the reason there is a FPIC is due to a budget violation. And I say that lightly because it was in the debt service fund. And I would like to note that everything was budgeted for. It was just budgeted in the department level rather than in a specific debt service account. So everything was properly budgeted for, but because on the financial statements, you can see on the debt service department that it looks like there was expenditures in excess of budget. But in all reality, they were budgeted department level, but the LGC does require that we note that. And so for this year, the question has changed some. Previously, this was not a FPIC because it had asked if it was just a finding relating to a budget violation. But for this year, it just asked in general if there was a budget violation. The LGC updates their questions every so often. And so I will note there were no findings related to budget violations, but because there was one in general, it pulls up as a FPIC. But it is something that, like I said, was budgeted for overall. It's just by department level that we have to note that. So moving on into some of the financial trends, this graph shows the fund balance over from 2020 to fiscal year 25. And you'll see that unassigned light blue column has increased significantly from last year. This is due to your ad valorem taxes. There was a tax revaluation completed during fiscal year 25. It was for tax year 2024. And so your taxable assessed value increased by approximately $3.5 billion. In the back of the statements, there is the statistical section that the finance department puts together, which I like to note is a lot of work for them to do. That is why they've consistently received the certificate from the GFOA. And so in that statistical section, it's page 79, I believe, there's a chart that shows basically the year of tax revaluation. So that is the main point for this graph. Of course, if you have any other questions, please let me know. But that you will see a spike in your unassigned fund balance when your tax revenue increases. And so I believe Wake County is starting to phase into doing the really revaluations more often. I think they were every 4 years prior. So you would essentially see a spike every 4 years when there was a tax revaluation. But now that Wake County is starting to phase in more frequent tax revaluations, you will not see a huge spike like that in the future. So this slide goes over your fund balance over your expenditures. So typically, you'll see for 2025, this amount looks like it increased a good bit. You typically want your fund balance and expenditures parallel with each other. But for this year, your fund balance exceeded your expenditures, which the main reason of that is from the tax revaluation, as I mentioned. But for 2025, that amount you'll see looks significant, but I do have that blue text at the bottom that shows as of July 1st, 2026, the amounts are 76% or 40% unassigned, which is more in line with what you would like to see. And so this shows the revenues and your expenditures for the year over the last 5 fiscal years or 6 fiscal years. And you'll see that increase in your ad valorem taxes for 2025. That's on the left chart, the orange bar. And so there was a large increase in your ad valorem taxes as well as in your other taxes category. And again, that's just due to your tax revaluation year. As far as expenditures go, there was an increase in your general government and public safety. There were projects that were going on, new equipment purchased and all of that. So you will see an increase, and that also shows the tax money is going towards projects and equipment and items like that. So enough with the numbers. These are some of the GASB pronouncements that I mentioned earlier. And these are starting fiscal year 2026. So that was July 1st. And I know David and Tyler in the finance department have been going into some trainings for these, but I just wanted to note there's GASB 103 and 104. Won't go into details about these. It won't change too much with the actual statements. It's more so presentation. So for next year, there will be some changes in the management discussion and analysis, or the MD&A, as well as where items are presented within the statements. And then the one related to capital assets. For this one, the town should review their capital assets to identify any that meet the new separate disclosure requirements. And then some other matters that are being considered by GASB are the revenue and expense recognition, risks and uncertainties, severe financial stress, evaluation, and then subsequent events. And then before I move into this, one thing I wanted to note that changed from last year for the statements is there is a subsequent event footnote. It's one of the last ones. And that just goes over significant events that started from the year end, so June 30th, 2025, through our issuance of our report. And so the main item that we noted was the consolidation of the fire department into the town. So I just wanted to note that was a change from last year. And then this is a slide, goes over our free client CPE. We add this every year. Just to note, we do education for our clients, and if there was anybody that would like to be added to our list for that and wants to join a class, you can let me know, or David, and he can pass it to me. But that is all I have for the fiscal year 25 audit presentation. David, do you have anything you'd like to add before we open to questions?
Yeah, just to piggyback on a few of the slides and make a few comments. So the management rep letter item that Tesla mentioned related to grant accounting, again, that was where we anticipated a revenue that would be received that was a reimbursement for grant expenditures. And we did not receive that reimbursement in a timely manner. So we should have backed that out as an anticipated revenue. and we didn't do that. But going forward, we are building in a new checkpoint in our year-end process to go back and revisit those assumptions and estimates we've made related to grant revenues so that we can communicate with departments that manage those individual grants and make sure that things are tracking the way we anticipated at June 30th. It is a decentralized process where the departments that receive those funds and benefit from those funds do manage the reporting and compliance at a department level. So there is communication that's needed there back and forth between those departments and finance to make sure we account for those properly. And the corrective action related to that internally is, like I said, to build in an additional checkpoint in our process to revisit those assumptions a couple months after fiscal year so that we can make any adjustments needed before the auditors come on site to begin their work. The other item that was highlighted was the FPIC, or the Financial Performance Indicator from the LGC. As Tesla mentioned, this was a budget issue, and without getting into the weeds too much, it's really a very technical accounting item because it relates to leases and IT subscriptions. So it's not what you would generally consider true debt service, which is, paying the bills that we owe on money we've borrowed. That's debt service in the traditional sense when you think about it. This is related to the way we have to account for leases and those IT subscriptions, and basically consider those a long-term liability of the town, where in the past we would expense those as an operating expense each year. And that's generally how we account for those during the year, but at year end, we have to make adjustments to the way we've accounted for those all year to essentially show those as a debt service payment. And we have generally handled that within the departmental budgets because that's where we budget for all of those contracts. But for audit purposes and the way they group certain expenditures together, they put it in debt service, and we did not make any adjustments to the budget for debt service to account for that. So that'll be another change that we'll make going forward. As she mentioned, the question the LGC asked related to that change this year. So it had not been an issue previously, but it did raise a red flag with them this year. So we'll make an adjustment for that going forward. At year end, those of you that have been on council know there's typically a large budget amendment that comes to council in June. It's kind of our wrap up of the fiscal year, cleanup of items, and we will account for that within debt service in that budget amendment in future years. So we'll make sure that we do move the budget necessary over to the correct area of the books to make sure that that does not come up again.
Thank you very much. If there's no other comments from you, I will call on the council members to see if there's questions or comments. And I believe it's our turn to start with Mr. Vance down here.
Thank you. A very thorough and detailed audit that was done here. And I just have several questions, but I ask one now. In plain language, for myself and also for the residents, what does a clean audit opinion mean for the town and its residents?
So typically we audit the financial statements, we're looking into the detail, but we don't look at every single item that comes across the town. So we, like I mentioned in the beginning, we give a reasonable but not absolute assurance that essentially the town's financial statements are free from material misstatement, meaning there were no issues. There were no red flags. Everything we looked at was good. So clean opinion, everything was good, no findings, and we do not have any non-compliance that we needed to note either. So essentially, good. You're in good hands.
Gotcha. Okay. One more question, then I'll pass it on. How does the town compare to other municipalities of its size?
I mean, I thoroughly enjoy working with the town. I've spoken with also town management as well. So, I mean, are you asking financially how it compares to other municipalities, or just working in general?
Working in general.
I mean, I don't have any qualms. I don't see that there was any concerns at all. I don't work on other towns, I would say. I mostly work on cities and counties, so I don't have like a true comparison. But I mean, we've always loved working with the town. We've never seen any issues. The finance department and management, you know, they're very up to date with everything, and they're great to work with. So I enjoy working with the town.
Thank you.
If that helps.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation and thoroughness. It came up during this is not a question, it's sort of a statement related to the grants. During our Affordable Housing Task Force meeting, we had a job description for our affordable housing manager and community development manager. And one of initially, the first draft of the duties had grant writing and grant administration in the job description. And the decision was made to remove that because there's such an onerous, time-consuming task, both the writing and the administration of the grants. And so I think there's an opportunity based on some of the, I won't call them findings, there were no findings.
Right.
Based on contents of the audit, that there may be an opportunity for reevaluating our grant writing and grant administration and accounting functions so that we can more centralize them and take that burden maybe off of departments. And so I think it's kind of consistent with some of the similar things we said. It's a very challenging thing to do. They're so nuanced in how
Absolutely.
they need to be accounted for, what the reports are. So I think that kind of highlights that may be an opportunity. I think the audit is a really good jumping off point for budget discussions that are going to come up fairly quickly. So I appreciate your work and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just from my understanding, what's the difference between an FPIC and a finding from the LGC?
So the finding is something that we write up, and that is based on materiality or a threshold that we determine based on different like prior year activity and things like that. So a finding would be a material weakness or a significant deficiency or the formal words for them. But that is something that we found that we had to adjust, something that would have been maybe incorrect. So we would have had to adjust it, something that the town did not bring to our attention and we just found while we were looking at everything. And so those are important. They do come up from time to time for certain entities. And that is something that we decide and we use our judgment to determine if it should be a finding based on those thresholds that we have. The FPIC is something that is brought up from the LGC. So we have a form we fill out every year, and based on our report, the LGC or the form kind of spits out those FPICs for us. And so it's not something that we can necessarily say anything against. We will give a response, or the town will give a response to the LGC, but it's not something that we can say is not allowed, or, you know, we don't have much say over that at all. It's more so the LGC's determining if it should be a FPIC or not.
Yes, I have a question for clarification. One of the slides you showed us was financial trends, fund balance versus expenditures. And it showed, you talked about them on a parallel, but in 25, fund balance exceeded expenditures. And that says as of June 30th. At the bottom, it says as of July 1st, 2026. Now, is that a projection of what it's going to be on July 1st of 2026, or is that supposed to be July 1st, 2025?
That is July 1st, 2026. So the year end of June 30, 2025 to July 1st, 2026. That amount was provided by David, and he was able to give me those amounts. I believe the differences, or if you want to go into.
Yeah, that excuse me, that should be 2025 instead of 2026 for the date. But basically, the other numbers you see for each year, that is a backwards looking ratio. So it looks at your fund balance at June 30th of each of those years, and it looks back at what your expenditures were for the year that ended that June 30th. So for 2025 at June 30th, based on what we spent in fiscal year 25, we had 56% unassigned fund balance. I think it's more useful to look at that number going forward because you're already past that date and you're looking into the next year as far as what you have budgeted for expenditures. So based on the the fiscal year 26 budget, we're at 40% assigned fund balance when you look at what we had left over at the end of last year. So it's a forward-looking projection versus backward-looking. And to me, it's more useful to kind of know what that number is going forward than looking back at a point in time.
Okay, just want a clarification because the date, I made the assumption that's what it was, is that you're projecting what it's going to be, but I just want a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you for the update and the information, and a couple of comments. Clean was going to be one of mine, and my colleague Garner asked the question. So what I'm getting out of this is we do have a good communications with yourself and our management as well as our finance department, and we're looking good. And like there's some towns in North Carolina that's having issues. Fortunately, we're on top of those things. We don't have those kind of problems, and that's reassuring to the board as well as people in the community that their dollars and all is being handled wisely, and we run a good ship here, and our expenditures are well accounted for.
Yes, sir. Finance department does a great job. So.
And again, I'd like to thank all of them as well as yourself and keeping that communication going, because as long as you're talking, the little things can be nipped in the bud, as we say.
Sure, thank you.
But thank you all to the management and Dave, what y'all do.
Any other comments or observations?
Just a couple of quick final comments. The FPIC from the OGC, as Tesla mentioned, that does require a written response from the town. So I'll work with the town manager and work on crafting that response. So we'll write up, how we plan to address that going forward, which is like I mentioned with the budget amendment, making sure we move funds to account for that at year end. And we'll need to bring that back to council at a future meeting, probably the first meeting of February, to get endorsement of that response. So I do want to put that on your radar. And then finally, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank the rest of the staff in the finance department, particularly Tyler Harmon, who's here tonight, who's our assistant finance director. He plays a significant role in the audit each year, as well as all the other members of the finance department. I also appreciate the cooperation we get from the other town departments. They do a great job of managing their budgets for us each year and making sure that they follow our internal processes and procedures, which make sure that we are doing things the way we need to and accounting for things properly. So I appreciate all their cooperation and appreciate the support of this council as well.
Well, thank you very much. Good work. Very thorough.
Thank you.
Very convincing. We appreciate you working with our team on this and look forward to seeing you again probably next year.
Wait, Mayor.
Another question, yes.
Yeah, I thought we were doing another round.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, not my mistake.
I did have a question, and maybe it could be answered offline on how the ARPA funds are represented in the comprehensive report. And I saw like there's a movement into capital projects fund, and so I have some questions about that and whether those are also counted in our unassigned fund balance as well. Those are two separate questions.
They're not in unassigned fund balance because they are committed to certain restricted uses by council. So council has said, we want input on what those funds are used for. So it's not lumped in with the unassigned fund balance, but that is where that money sits. We basically don't have any strings attached, any external strings attached to that money at this point. It's just, the wishes of council on how to spend what's left. And there's about $3.5 million left of that funds.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Yeah, that's worth asking, particularly as we move into the budget season, to see what are we really working with other than expenditures and income. It has to do with what our assets as well. So thanks for bringing that up. Make sure I'm not missing anybody else for a second round of questions. Okay. Thanks again for all you do. We'll probably be seeing you around the office tomorrow, I think.
If only. Yes, sir. Thank you all so much for your time. And I know that's a hard presentation to listen to, so I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Thank you.
Okay. And that brings us to item E on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. These are typically more administrative or more routine functions that are passed as a group. At this time, we have 6 different items on that. Council has had a chance to look at these. If there's any discussion about taking one of these off the consent agenda, we'll be glad to hear that discussion or observations. If not, I will accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Matthews and a second by Mr. Stallings, I think, to approve the consent agenda. If there's no other discussion on that, all who approve that, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, the consent agenda is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. That brings us to section F, which are the public hearings. And these, we have a couple of these tonight, or at least one. And it is good to refresh our memories here on legislative hearings. These public hearings are legislative hearings which do not require sworn testimony. However, all persons interested in speaking must sign up with the town clerk. Town staff will present a brief presentation, followed by the applicant and other persons who wish to comment on the item will be recognized to speak. Council requests groups of individuals with the same position to designate a representative. Item 1.1 concerns the voluntary contiguous annexation petition ANX 25-019 involving Cardinal Machine Shop. Our sponsor presenter tonight is our Assistant Planning Director, Ms. Erin Joseph.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. I will present the annexation staff report for this public hearing in Jeff Treasonsburg's absence. So this request comes from the applicant, Andy Petty, on behalf of the property owner, CCCRE Holdings. This is an annexation, a contiguous annexation request for 6.94 acres. You have the site on the screen. And there's also an additional 2.25 acres included in this annexation that includes the public right-of-way. This annexation is also accompanied by a site plan for Cardinal Machine Shop that is currently under review by town staff. The site is located at approximately 4,000 Waterfield Drive at the intersection of Waterfield Drive and South Greenfield Parkway. The site is currently zoned light industrial, and as stated, it is accompanied by a site plan for an industrial use, a machine repair and service shop. And also this request is in accordance with the Raleigh-Garner Utilities merger for the extension of water and sewer. The applicant unfortunately could not be here this evening. There was a unavoidable scheduling conflict, but they are aware that the public hearing is happening tonight. They just couldn't be here due to a scheduling conflict. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any other observations or questions before us? Pretty straightforward. Let's ask council what comments, what questions we might have. Again, it's an annexation. It's something we've looked at before to some extent. It is within the existing industrial park over there at Greenfield. It's been vetted by staff. Seems pretty routine, and they're asking us to be annexed so we can get the zoning, the utilities, the rest of the things that go with it.
Yes, the zoning is acceptable for this use, so there's no rezoning case. The site plan that's currently under review is administratively approved and reviewed.
Okay. That being said, we'll start at Mr. Matthews in for questions or comments related to this project.
No questions, Mayor.
Mr.
No
Singleton?
questions.
No
Ms. Stallings? Mr. Dellinger?
Just a curiosity, what are they planning to do there?
They're planning for an approximately 18,000 square foot building for a machine repair shop, industrial use.
So,
Okay. Mr. Vance, any questions?
No
comments?
questions.
Okay, well, excellent. And That brings us here to, there are no other individuals who have signed up to speak, I take it.
No, sir.
Okay, then we can close the public hearing. At this point, we'll be asking the council members for a motion to adopt that ordinance that would create this annexation. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion by Mr. Stalin, second by Mr. Vance to adopt ordinance 2026-5373. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to ask for a voice vote on this. All those in favor of adopting this ordinance, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mrs.
Thank
Joseph.
you.
Excellent presentation. You spent a lot of time looking at this already. Okay. That brings us to item G in our agenda, which is new and old business, a little different. The first one, these are not public hearings. The first one that comes up, item number 1, is Bennett North Apartments, a resolution authorizing affordable housing bond. And our Assistant Town Manager, Mr. John Hodges, is going to give us the overview of what's going on here. It does have a familiar ring to it, like we've seen this project before, and this is a little different twist. And I'll pass over to Mr. Hodges for the details.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. There is a request from the Housing Authority of Wake County, or the County of Wake, is requesting a resolution to authorize the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds to provide financing for the construction of Bennett Apartments North, which will include 171 units. The apartment complex was approved previously under an SUP back in July of 2024, and in that approval there was a condition offered for 5% of the multifamily units to be affordable, with a minimum of 5%, with 2% being at 80% AMI, 3% at 100% AMI. Since that time, the developers have determined that they could develop the entire project as an affordable housing project that would be using low-income housing tax credits, and it would be 60% AMI for 99% of the units. So 170 of the 171 units would be at 60% AMI. The request tonight is the approval of a resolution by council that would agree to the issuance of the bonds by the Housing Authority of the County of Wake. This is similar to an action that council took a few years ago when the financing was being done for the Trine Station project, which is also a LIHTC project that is 60% AMI, so very similar action to what we did with that project. The attorney representing the Housing Authority is here tonight to answer any questions, and we also have the developers of the project here that can answer questions as well.
Okay. There's been some discussion of this. We'll have some questions, I think, from council members. And I think it's our turn to start now with Mr. Vance, who coincidentally has been a co-chair of our Affordable Housing Task Force.
Yes, sir. I just want to say that this is significantly different than what we saw in 2024, which gives me some concerns. And I just want to know from the town, so how does the current submission differ from what the council previous review? How does it differ?
So this is not a submission for the project. This is an authorization of a resolution that will support the financing of the project. And so there's not a resubmission of the project coming back in for council, but there was a commitment at the time that was approved with the SUP for some level of affordability. That level of affordability has been increased now to be all 99% of the units being at 60% AMI, which is a more aggressive income level than was previously pledged in the lower amount of affordability that was pledged. Does that answer your question, Mr. Vance?
Not really, but I'll continue on. In reference to the last project we saw, that was a small percentage would be affordable housing. I'm all for affordable housing, as was mentioned by the mayor. I co-chaired that particular task force. In looking at this versus what we saw before, there was a small percentage that was affordable housing in the original one. Now this is looking at total affordable with some considerations to the tax revenue that the town will receive based upon how this finance is being set up. How versus with this one, will the town be receiving any tax benefit from this?
We have been informed by the developers that they would not, that the property would be in an ownership structure such that they would not pay property tax revenue on this. We have understand that this is a structure that is commonly being used for LIHTC projects across Wake County, and that this is somewhat typical for the financing structure that we're currently seeing for these type projects.
And is it correct to say that typically when you have a project in which we receive a tax benefit, then that goes for the cost of the services of that particular project as well? Potentially, the cost of services will be paid by the taxes that receive from the properties.
The property tax revenue does contribute towards the provision of services across the town.
But in this case, there will not be any tax revenue coming. Therefore, the services that will have to be rendered for this particular development, the EMS, the fire, the police, will be one that will be coming from the town itself or from the other residents and not from this particular development, because there's not any taxes coming.
There will not be any tax revenue coming in. That's the way that most of your affordable housing that is currently in Garner, most of those are exempt from property taxes. We do have 2 projects that do pay property taxes, but for the projects that do pay property taxes, the tax valuation has to be calculated per state statute at an income methodology, and so it is a very different level of tax revenue being paid by those affordable housing projects that are not tax exempt, but they do pay a dramatically different level of property tax. And so any property, any project that would not be tax exempt would still be valued at that different valuation methodology.
Has there been, one last question, has there been any analysis as to those cost of services because of what's being proposed?
There have not been.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Dellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo the chair of our Affordable Housing Task Force, and I have several concerns as well. One, this project was in the pipeline probably 4 years ago and approved 2 years ago, and came to us as a market rate, regular tax revenue generating project for the town. And that was the position upon it which was presented to council. And so it is a little disturbing to have kind of late in the game to come back and say we want to reformulate what the tax implications and revenue generation potential of this project is. And I think also say that in the context of conversations we've had with the town attorney and staff, that this is sort of unprecedented for Garner, but it has potential implications on other projects we've already approved in town that may want to follow similar suit, and without us having done an analysis of what the impact of that would be on the tax base for the town. And, it could potentially result in unforeseen future tax increases, which I think is not what anyone up here wants to see. I think there are other models. While LIHTC is great and it works if you're knowing that's what you're going to do, which we did with the Tryon project, I think there are implications for this that we're not fully aware of on the fiscal side, and on projects that have already been approved in our pipeline, out of our pipeline, and ones in our pipeline that may decide to do something similar. And we really haven't done a holistic and comprehensive assessment of how we're going to address housing affordability in Garner. So I have a lot of concerns at this time, not a specific question. I also have concerns on the short, truncated timeline with which council was presented with this and our ability to, especially over the holidays, there weren't any meetings. There's not a lot of time to synthesize this and analyze it, or for staff to take our questions back and analyze them and give us answers. So like I said, I don't really have specific questions at this time, but do have some concerns over not looking at this project in the larger context of the entire town and its ramifications for other projects. So I have other comments and maybe a couple other questions, but I'll pass for now.
What AMI are we using?
I'm sorry?
What AMI are we using?
So this will be at 60% AMI.
So are we using the Raleigh metropolitan area AMI, or are we using the AMI for the town of Garner?
So I'll let the developer speak to that, Mr. Stallings.
Good evening. Thank you. Scott Copeland, representing Bennett North Apartments. It's of the Raleigh MSA. It's not of the town of Gardner. And if appropriate, when appropriate, I would like to address some of these issues that have been brought up. Mr. Mayor, however you see fit, if you want to have other questions or if I may address.
Please address the question here. That would be a good place to start.
Yes.
Typically, when I come here with affordable housing at 60%, we're celebrated. I understand this is an approved plan. Not one thing on this plan has changed. Not one. You may recall when we came in front of you in July of 24, we continued that hearing and at y'all's request to make some physical improvements to the project, which was frustrating at the time, but candidly, it made it a much better project. So I thank you for that input, and we accommodated, and we came back 60 days later, 45 days later, and the SUP was passed. It was my understanding at that time, I had no idea how I was going to finance this project. Zero. It's not easy to do, as you guys know, as you hear. As time went on, we determined that the best way to make this project happen is to do the low-income housing tax credit program, which we have an enormous amount of experience with. We've been doing it for over 30 years. I built 10,000 affordable units up and down the East Coast. This one will be amongst the top in terms of its amenities, its finishes, what it will provide to the community. On top of that, we had a very unique opportunity to partner with a nonprofit that I've been associated with since 2017 that provides affordable housing for people with disabilities, for people with all abilities, that does programming and community building, and creates an anchor in the community for people that don't have it otherwise. And I could go on for days about it because it's a big passion project of ours. The law in the state of Maryland, the law provides for if a 501c3 with the experience that they have provides these services in this housing, that there's a tax abatement. And as you said earlier, Dr. King, it takes all of us. These are very complicated and intense projects, as y'all know from the Housing Task Force. And I've watched you from afar of the challenges that are out there. And this project provides, it almost goes down the list of your priorities. And we have an opportunity, a unique opportunity to do this. When we decided a year ago or 14 months ago to do this as a low-income housing tax credit deal, the underwriting is very arduous. It takes a very long time to do. I reached out to staff and said, we're doing this as an affordability. Is there any restriction to this? And the answer was no. I'm going to take the blame for not presenting this between then and now. I did not think I was required to do that. So I apologize that this is a last minute sort of situation. And I understand exactly what you're saying. I do. But this hasn't been last minute for us. We've been involved in this land for, as you pointed out, for over 4 years. We've been approved for 2. And we've worked, well, not quite 2, maybe 18 months, 20 months. And we've worked diligently. We follow every letter and spirit of the law. And we have provided a project that I promise you, you will be proud of to have in your community. We are serving residents. Every firefighter that was in here earlier tonight struggles. Your own report matches mine identically, my third-party independent report. 40% of the residents of Garner are overburdened with their rent. 45%. They were sitting right with us an hour ago. We have an opportunity now. Our rents will be $250 at a minimum, $250 lower per month than they can get in my project across the street, at a minimum. So I'm almost at a loss. You wouldn't think I'm at a loss for words because I've been talking for so long, but I don't know where to go from here with that because I feel like this is a project that has to happen and should happen and is very supportive of what your goals are to provide affordable housing in this community.
Okay. Well, let's see if there are other questions from other council members, and we'll run back around. Were you finished?
I had one
Go
more.
ahead.
So you said around $250 minimum. What is the ballpark range of rent at the apartments across the street?
If I may, I wrote them down because I've anticipated this question, and I want to make sure I get it right. And I want to make sure while I'm looking at this, that we understand that this is a spectrum of market. We've all seen markets go incredibly high. I'm talking about market rate deals where you've had double-digit rent growth in certain periods of our time, and we've seen rents flatten out. This is a 30-year project. So this is a long-term commitment to the community to provide this affordability for the long term. We are going to see vast cycles in that period of time. Currently at the project across the street, we're in a lease up phase. So we're not at market rents, if you will. It's still a construction site up until 3 or 4 weeks ago. People are slowly starting to move in. We're happy with how things are renting, but you're going to see in a market, especially in a project like that, you're going to see substantial rent growth. Whereas the Bennett project that we're proposing, the rents will be on average about $1,600 a month. And the predominant unit size is a 2-bedroom, which is basically that number, $1,612 a month for a qualified family or a qualified household. And to your point earlier, Mr. Stallings, is that this is at a 60% income level. And those rents, those income levels are established by HUD, and, and that's how a family or a household qualifies.
Yes, because I know the Raleigh MSA in terms of the AMI is about $131,000.
Yes.
I know cited by when the council before I got here did a study with Central Pines, they had referenced the Garner AMI, which is around $77,000. So
to your point exactly, a household of 4 persons, just to take a number, the max income they could have is $79,620 for that household. So I think it fits right into what you're saying in terms of the percentage of the Raleigh AMI.
I have further questions.
Okay. Mr. Singleton, questions, comments?
A couple for Mr. Hodges. We have some other LIHTC projects in town. I know that Trine Point we did, that's may not be LIHTC, but it is. It is like a LIHTC project. There's some others. I think we have some, is there some senior housing under LIHTC in town or other housing? We have some senior housing that is tax exempt.
We do. We have, there is a market project that is not tax exempt that I mentioned earlier, that is Pine Ridge. But as I mentioned in some information and sharing with council and answering a question, because that project and the other project in town that are not tax exempt have to be, by state statute, they have to be valued according to the income generation of the project. It is significantly lower in tax that it pays. So our projects that I'm aware of in town are either tax exempt, which is the most of them, or a couple of projects that are not tax exempt, but they are valued at the income generation methodology. Did that answer your question, Mr. Singleton?
Yes. The legislature's putting together a property tax committee, and I've read several articles, and it's already been implied that if you can have an affordable housing project, that they're going to be tax exempt. I mean, they basically have said that in so many words. And so that's how to make the projects work, particularly in metropolitan areas here, Charlotte, Greensboro, Salem, Fayetteville, wherever else. So that's coming down the road, whether we agree with it or not. That's coming. I understand. I have the same concerns about cost of services also. But again, we supported the one at Trine Point. I'm sitting here trying to figure out, okay, we supported one 100%. I know it's coming as a different project, but if we're serious about trying to help with affordable housing, then here's a project. And as he has stated, with all the firefighters and police officers we had in here, that's what everybody says their target audience is public safety and teachers and nurses, et cetera, when it can be all town employees, government employees as far as that goes, and other people. So I understand what he's doing and what he's saying. Again, we have other LIHTC projects in town. We have several senior projects housing. One's at 50 and Timber, one's on Heather Springs. There's two of them back there that have hundreds of residents, senior citizens. So, you know, you want to see what cost of services is, that's fine. We tried that a couple of years ago, and we still, you know, haven't got a good answer there. But, you know, if we're serious about this, about what it's presenting, then this is a project. I mean, this is the only way you can do affordable housing projects. I said that before the task force got formed. Somebody's going to be subsidizing it. Somewhere along the line, it has to get subsidization. You cannot do it here with this market without somebody subsidizing it, whether it's tax credits or whatever it may be. I told you I own Section 8 housing project. That's no longer Section 8. My parents own 3 or 4 of them. They still own 1. It's completely flipped the market right now. That whole project is completely on Pool Drive. I'm going to take you to it. Towselwood Drive. If you'd like to buy it, let me know. It's completely flipped from a Section 8, because when the credits ran out after 15 years, they weren't reinstated. It's a market rate unit now. It rents for more than what his place is renting for. They're townhome, condos. And what he stated, more than $1,600. It's more than that. So the two completely different animals. This is not Section 8 low-income housing. It's supportive of other projects we already have in town. So I think if we're going to serious about affordable housing, and we know there's going to be a groundbreaking in the next couple of weeks for the Habitat for Humanity, that's the same thing, but it's being subsidized in a different way, because they're you know, the mortgage will not exceed a certain amount of money. That's a whole different animal, how they're financing that. So yeah, I think it depends how serious you are. I understand the cost of services, because I agree. I have concern, you know, but the project on, you said Pine Ridge, that's the one off Pine Ridge, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the one that I voted, it's a 4-1 vote. I voted against that years ago, but I was wrong, because I take Meals on Wheels over there. I was over there the other day, and it's a nice project. And it's not all seniors. Everyone I live in Meals to are seniors, but it's a nice, well-built project. It's right off Pine Winds. It backs up some of the apartments over there. It's real close to 401. So again, I reckon it's how serious we are, because we're not going to have affordable housing units in Garner or in Raleigh or in Wake County unless somebody is subsidizing it in some way, whatever kind of tax credit it is or not. I'm assuming this lady's with the Wake County Housing Authority who's nodding her head, or not. Okay, maybe she's just a fan of it. Okay, or a supporter, not a fan. That's the wrong word. I apologize. But I mean, that's the way it's going to happen. And the legislature is going to make that happen. I mean, that's going to happen because you have the need for these units, and they're going to address that through, I think, that property tax task force. So again, you know, you want to see what the cost of services? I had no trouble with that at all. Because we have other issues with other places that cost of services exceed their tax value. But I mean, again, it depends on how serious you are about this. And you're right, they're right. It would have been nice to get the heads up about this about 6 months ago, then we've been prepared for it. But
Understood.
It is what it is. So that's the only way you can get these projects done. Again, the Section 8 housing we did because individual people could buy them and own them, and you got a $42,000 tax credit spread out over 15 years, maximum 10% you could take each year. And after 15 years, you either got reinstated, they had to be inspected every year, it had to be this, all these rules you had to find, and then went out. And those projects, again, mine hadn't flipped the market rate, but the other one my parents that I still look after now has. So this is, you know, I think it depends on how serious they are. Sorry. Thanks for your answers to the question, John.
Mr. Matthews, questions, comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is interesting, and for the last couple of years, all we've talked about is cost of services. Whether a development, everybody on this board, this is a topic of a conversation because things were not selling because we knew what the cost of services was going to be. And as a growing community right now, and we're sitting right at 45,000 people, residents, and growing, this has been a hot topic with us. And with this amount of units over there, the police and fire are going to have to go out there sooner or later. And, you know, there's places in town we've had issues with. We've had an overabundance of calls. But it's still a expensive process to fund the fire department and the police department. So this cost of services are very important to me. And secondly, $1,500 a month. I did a little survey here a few months back I provided for everybody. The average, with the exception of one development in Garner, was very old, right across from Station 1 there. It was around $1,500 to $1,600 a month rent for those places, and that's kind of a going rate. So I understand you said these are $250 less. I'm certainly confused on that. I thought that figure would be much less than $1,500. I know there's cost involved. I'm a businessman. I understand all that, and you got to make a profit to make it happen. So that figure, and we can talk about it all night, but it's puzzling to me. $1,500 for that type of, I mean, it's just, that took me back a little bit. So that's just my observations.
May I?
Yes, sir.
That is a statutory number. That's a maximum number. That's a maximum amount of rent that I can charge. So in a market rate unit, there's obviously no maximum. You charge what the market provides. In the affordable projects, in the LIHTC, program, there's a cap, and that is rent expense. That's occupancy expenses. So there's a utility piece to that as well. So that's the maximum amount that I can charge, not the amount that will necessarily be charged, and that goes up incrementally based on new income levels that come out annually from HUD. But it's a maximum number that can be charged, not necessarily the number. Does that make sense?
Yes and no. That's your max, but are you telling me it's going to be far less than that, or?
There's a market piece to it. I would suspect that you're going to see rent increases on market rate units exceed much higher than where they are currently, based on a number of factors that you'll see. You'll see a spread between the two where these rents end up. I'm a year and a half away from renting apartments, but I know that at a maximum level, I can't go above this number.
So don't get me wrong. I know you got to make money to be
yeah.
in business.
It all has to work. Correct. Right.
I understand all that,
but I just wanted to clarify that
bit.
this is a maximum number, and so sometimes you get caught in a little bit of a, you make one call one day and say this apartment, this great market rate unit, and I may be guilty of it at Tarrant, had a special and it rented for $1,700. Well, why would I support an affordable housing project? Well, tomorrow the Tarrant could be $2,000 if the market dictates that. This can't go above the $1,600. It's a big difference, and it's a big impact to the families and the households that will reside here. It's a huge difference. And they know with stability, they know exactly where their rent is. I can't go and increase their rent beyond whatever the legal maximums are. So there's the opportunity for the affordability, as I mentioned earlier, it's in a continuum for the next 30 years. It provides a stability that many of these residents will never have, never, if they don't have an opportunity like this. We are providing a building, a project that has the amenities, first-class amenities of any project in the community. I would put it up against any one of them. And we're building a place for people to call a home for the long term and not be subjected to some of the issues that have presented itself because the market does allow for a higher rent increase. This gives stability to a lot of families for a very long time. And the program is the most successful program that this country has ever, it's 30 years old now. And it has provided thousands and thousands of units of affordability in communities just like this. And I've seen them work over and over and over again. And with all due respect, the opportunity, you're exactly right, is that it's a community opportunity. And the state, to their wisdom, in my humble opinion, provided a platform for a project like this to actually happen. Because if there wasn't that platform for the reduction in the taxes or the abatement of the taxes, you're 100% correct. It probably wouldn't get built. And that's 170 households that therefore don't get to enjoy that stability. So the state passed the law. Obviously, we don't make the laws. We play the cards that were dealt. And we're providing, I think, everything and then some that the community has asked of, that this council has asked of, and certainly what the state has asked of. So I would hope that you would take that into consideration.
Mr. Matthews and council, if I could just add, some additional context, we've mentioned our Trine Station project that the town is partnered on. That's very similarly structured. It's LIHTC, it's 60% AMI, and we were meeting with the developers of that project and Wake County very recently last week. And one of the discussions we had was the unique situation right now with the softening of the market rate rent rates and how that is causing the rent rates that Trine Station will likely open with will be less than the maximum that was mentioned earlier. So they're already projecting that because of this the swing that has happened with the market rate rents, there's not that separation, and so they won't be competitive for those units unless it's below that maximum amount. So they're going to likely be starting their rents below that. And what the Wake County staff was reminding us of is when there is a bigger separation between there, as was mentioned, there's still that guaranteed cap of the 60%, whatever that 60% chart looks like that year. But it's a unique sort of timing situation with the market rents where they are compared to the LIHTC, the HUD rents, or the AMI.
If I can, thank you. Let's get some more questions going around here. Because on one hand, we all know we want people to be able to afford to live. Our working people and our people that are semi-working, we're here for that. We know LIHTC is an available tool, approvable tool, but there's always subtleties here as well. Tryon Station, for example, I understand they have chosen to pay property tax. Is that correct?
They have currently not requested to be exempt, but there is nothing there is no guarantee that will remain that way, or that any other project that comes before us or that may already be built would not convert. That is available to them. So it is the current plan, but it is not anything that we have a commitment or control of.
And by the same token, you mentioned habitat. It appears to me that once those houses are sold to the individual, they pay property tax. Is that correct?
That is their typical model, yes, sir.
Yeah. So we have a certain amount of resources. We have a certain amount of budget. We've been talking about the budget, and when we had these discussions the other day, the question was, are we getting the biggest bang for our buck? We know, based on cost of services studies that have done in the past, that 171 units is going to cost the town of Garner roughly $400,000 a year to provide fire, police, and public service. We know this, and that will increase through the years. And we know that if we waive all the property tax, that $400,000 is going to be picked up by some other residents of Garner. We know this. There's nothing free in this life. Are we getting a big enough bang for our buck to ask our other citizens to pay more on their taxes? And if this is age restricted and income restricted, and people can get a significantly lower rent here, then this would be the one we want to spend our money on. This is the one that we are willing to take tax increases for. But if $1,612 is a two-bedroom rent, the highest you can charge, but right across the street you can go there and get an almost identical apartment for the same price, then what's the bang for our buck? And with that, I'll pass back to Mr. Vance, and we'll come back with questions of that nature.
Yes, sir. I'd like to reiterate that I'm not against affordable housing. It's just the method in which it came to us.
I understand.
One, in reference to Tryon Point, we had time to sit down, study, and plan out the financing for that project, so we had opportunity to see it. The same thing with Habitat for Humanity. We're able to see their model and understand how that's going to play into our affordable housing plan. And with that, we were able to, gauge as to what and how things will fall out overall. With this, when it came to us, it's like, it's here now. Okay, so now we try to look and see how does this fit into our affordable housing plan overall. And plus, the way it's coming to us, was presented to us in 2024, maybe October, I think, sometime thereabouts, maybe. But anyway, we saw one thing in October 2024. Now it's being changed. And to look at this now with other projects that are in a similar position that we have approved, are we setting a precedent for those future projects to come and try to do the same thing? Possibly. So that gives me concern right now. Again, I would say I'm not against affordable housing. It's just, we just got to look at it in clarity and understand overall how this is going to fit into our plan for affordable housing relative to Garner itself and how it's going to impact the citizens of Garner. And with that, I pass it on.
Yeah, and I would note too, before I get to my actual comment, that the town has adopted the recommendation last year that affordable housing definition in Garner is 50% AMI to 80%. And again, that conflicts with some HUD stuff, but if that's what our standard is, does this meet that? It's not as a rhetorical question. I do want to respond to Mr. Singleton's comment about how serious we are. I thought that was kind of funny. But our number one duty here is fiscal sustainability of the town. That's what we sit up here to do. I've been aggressive on our fiscal stewardship and a strong proponent of fiscal conservatism and pragmatism since my time on council, that we look and plan ahead. Over the past years, the council's had to make some very challenging decisions with regards to taxes and tax increases. And it's fair to say we had some hard discussions and conversations, and I was probably the most aggressive member of the council in seeking tax increases. Even during 2023, which was an election year, I was pushing for a large but necessary tax increase. And that resulted in dedicated money for public safety, dedicated money for parks. And it's against the backdrop of two things. One, it was against the backdrop of years of deferred growth analysis to project the future growth and needs of the town and our residents, and an urgency to defer the consequences of growth decisions that have been approved and continue to be approved of lower market, low revenue generating residential projects that were already being built and were about to be built. There's also a failure to protect commercially zoned land and aggressively expect commercial development and true mixed use as part of large residential developments along our commercial corridors and in parts of town with large populations, no access to commercial amenities. I would even say 401 exchange is a missed opportunity in terms of the commercial opportunities on the frontage of 401. And then lastly, it's in the absence of the council doing fiscal assessments of the future impacts of our decisions. And that's really what it comes down to, is our need to do this type of fiscal assessment, not just with growth projections and analyses, but actual physical impact assessments. I think where we are right now is, when you first responded to Mr. Vance, you said the project is the same, it hasn't changed, the same hasn't changed. Then the next breath, you're like, it's doing these new things because of this partnership we have. So it has changed. It's substantively changed to you, but not to us. So we are in a position now, I think, of having to assimilate a lot of information and do some due diligence. I think that's what's lacking at this point on what's been presented to the council, is we've not had an opportunity to do our due diligence on what's being proposed. Our charge is a little different than yours because we have an entire town and not one project that we need to make sure works. And to Mr. Vance's point in conversations with legal, we're not really sure. This is totally new for us, the way this has happened. And how many other directions is it going to come at us? And then what is the fiscal impact on the town? And that's where we have to answer some of those questions, because you may take this model and do the absolute best project, highest materials, best amenities, and somebody may come after you, use the same model and kind of phone it in and not create a quality project, but still follow the same rules and laws. So that's, I think, from my perspective, and what I'm hearing is we need a little time to do a little this due diligence on the town side, because there are implications well beyond this project. If we were a town of 3,000 people and you came in with 200 units, we'd probably just say, oh, this is great. But you see the volume, know the volume of what we're dealing with. And to your point, the market has changed, which also changes some of our analysis too. But I think you're right in the sense that there's a long-term view that needs to be taken when doing this, and we haven't had the opportunity to do that. So that's kind of what I'm hearing and feeling, is just we need some time as council and staff to answer enough questions to feel comfortable or not with what you're proposing. We may not. But that's kind of where I am right now.
Thank you for your comments. Can I just make one clarification? I meant physically. The S. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want you to think I was trying to sneak something in. Is that the physical? And my understanding of it is that the plan that was approved is the plan, and who we rent to was not part of that approval.
Understood.
Okay, and
Yeah,
so
I'm trying to imply you.
No, I understand, but I appreciate what you're saying, and if I could just reference the time for a second, is that, you know, as with everything, you know, we're under the gun, and we have bond counsel here who could address that. You know, we've gone through a pretty arduous process with the underwriting, which I know is not your problem. Or your issue, but there are constraints that are outside of that, put you back to zero, if not met.
As you say, we're not here to reevaluate the project,
right,
or base it on the residents. But I do want to remind everybody what the question before council is, and it is that the Wake County Housing Authority is requesting a resolution to authorize issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds to this project. And when they do, and I don't know the details of where that fits into your financing plan, but I do understand that if you take the Light C HUD approved financing tax credits for 30 years, you have the option to choose to pay no property tax for those 30 years. And I hear that's the choice you're making, unlike what we've heard so far from Tryon Station or what we see at others. And this was not on the table when we approved this project a few months ago. That was, with that being, so our option here is not to approve that project or not, but to approve the revenue bonds. And we can determine, is that going to make or break your LIHTC financing? I don't know. But the question for this council is, are we going to recommend issuing those revenue bonds? And with that, I'll shut up and let the questions come again. Mr. Stallings.
I will say I'm all for affordable housing. That's all I talked about on the campaign trail prior to being elected. What I do feel, though, is at $131,000 HUD's AMI for Raleigh Metro, we're in a unique situation where we're positioned right outside Raleigh. So the definition of the AMI that we are tasked with by HUD is not representative of the actual AMI of the town of Garner. So with that being said, I did a little exercise while sitting up here. I went on apartments.com and looked up Tarrant, since you referenced Tarrant, and it's $1,650 for a 2-bed unit. So I guess my question at 60% AMI for this project, what differentiates this from market rate?
As I said earlier, first of all, that's probably correct if it's on apartments.com for this moment in time. And as I said, Tarrant is a construction zone. The rents aren't at max rent yet in terms of what the market is going to bear at Tarrant. And I'll give you a perfect example, and it's anecdotal, and you take it or you can leave it. We've had 20 plus people at Tarrant who have not qualified to live at Tarrant for a variety of reasons, income-based. 18 of those individual families or households would have been able to qualify to live at Bennett. So there is a moment that the rent is $1,650 and someone's going to go in and make a great deal for themselves. There's no question about it. But in a year and a half, when this project is introduced to the market, the gap between the two is going to be at a minimum the $250 per month that I referenced. And if it's not, then I'm stealing from Tarrant for this one. So there's a relationship. I can't charge more at Bennett, right, than the maximum number. And the AMI, I understand exactly what you're saying about the Raleigh AMI. Obviously, we don't set the AMIs, but the maximum level is established, and that gives the stability that people are looking for. At Tarrant, it's not. If Tarrant is 100% leased, which it's not, and there's one unit left, I guarantee it's not going to be for $1,650.
So I guess my final question would be, so the public benefit that we're weighing is $1,600 rent locked in for 30 years.
The public benefit, if I may, is 170 affordable apartments, long-term affordability, that don't exist right now. And the bang for your buck, with all due respect, I understand the relationship to the services. The bang for the buck is when and how do you create 170 affordable units like that? And we've all contributed to it. We have millions of dollars of equity into this deal. We have tax credit investors. We have partners that I've referenced before that are going to run programming and do a variety of activities that will benefit the community, not just Bennett Apartments, but the community at large. That's what you're getting. So it's not $1,600. It's not a number. It's an opportunity for the stability that these families, and that's why this tax credit program is so successful throughout the entire country, because it provides exactly that.
Further question.
Mr. Singleton, other questions,
Yeah,
comments?
a couple of things. One, the cost of services that Mr. Dillon just brought up. I'm the one that brought that to the council a couple of years ago. And so, yes, I'm concerned about cost of services. I've talked with Ms. Miller on the phone about it. I've talked with Mr. Triesenberg on the phone about it, trying to get information. We were looking at night dales, and it was about, we were trying to make it on existing homes when really what they were doing was on new rezonings and new projects. And so that's the easier way to try to come up with a reasonable number. The one concern I have here, and Mr. Stallings touched on, is the 60%. When the census came out, Garner has average income is about, household income is about $77,000. Okay, down Highway 50, at Highway 50 and 42 is almost twice that. Now that's why we were told is there is a Publix down there first before we have one in Garner, because there's more disposable income down there. And so the concern is, and I agree with this, is that using the 132,000 or whatever the number is significantly higher than what actual, based off census information, household incomes are in Garner. So that's a huge concern, because that's a heck of a gap from $77,000 to $132,000. That's a big gap. That's one of the biggest concerns I have is that number. I reckon we have to use the Wake County number because the Wake County Housing Authority, and I reckon that's why we have to use that number, but I just wish we would be using the Garner number, because that's indicative of what is in Garner, whether it's in the Garner corporate limits or in the Garner zip code. There's a lot of older housing stock in Garner, and so, working class people live here, and that, again, the census information gets your attention if you look at other areas around us. So that's one of the biggest concerns I have, is using that larger number instead of using what actually the income is based off census information. And I'm assuming that that's part of this application process, that goes through the county, and you have to use the number that they tell you to use.
And the only thing I would say to that is that any LIHTC deal in this area, any in the greater Raleigh area, are using the exact same income and rents. It's statutory. It's the same thing as a tax abatement. The tax abatement is a law. It's not a request. In other words, if we meet a certain criteria, the state has said, to your point, that there's an abatement. We're not asking for an abatement. The state is saying I'm entitled to an abatement. So it's the same exact thing with the relationship to the incomes and the maximum rents. They're narrated, they're dictated. Every LIHTC deal is working off the exact same numbers. And if they're not in compliance. So with the program.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, what was that total number on cost of services you quoted a while ago?
I'm using the numbers from a year ago. Our consultant came up with a cost of service for multifamily homes of around $2,400 a year.
24, and that was a total of how much?
Well, it's a little over $400,000.
Okay, close to $500,000.
Yeah.
170 units time that.
Excuse me?
170 units time that. That's what you
Yeah. 171 units times 2,400 is a little over 400,000 this year. Now that's a cost that's worth paying. That's a cost that our taxpayers will be glad to absorb if they feel they're really doing some good, if they're really reaching some people, really making an impact on their life. But if the Wake County Housing Authority or whoever's using a yardstick that doesn't really apply here, and we're really not helping anybody get a real deal here versus across the street, or compared to what could we do with that same $400,000 to keep people in their homes, to restore their existing homes? what else could we do with that $400,000 we're going to use to maintain your property? And what we get is the benefit to the individuals. With the numbers we're hearing today is not very beneficial. Now, maybe later, maybe when the market swings and you're locked in at 1,600 and they go to 1,700, maybe if this and that, but it's not the biggest bang for our buck for our citizens. That's more my point of view. And I'm sorry it's not a public hearing. This is very important.
Mr. Mayor.
We'll roll back around.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to finish out. The only reason I mentioned that was that's going to be close to a 0.5 cent tax increase just to cover this thing for the citizens of Garner. Close to it. Because it depends what a penny is right now. I think we're right around $1 million, right around $1 million.
Just a little over $1 million.
Okay, so we're looking at, that's going to be continual 0.5 cent tax increase to citizens Garner's going to have to pay, continually pay. And to your point, what could we do with that to serve the same purpose, in another way? So I just want to offer that up. And so we've got budget time coming up. So when we start looking at these numbers, and our budget director out there has figured these things out, you got a 0.5 cent that's going to have to go for this. It could go on somewhere else or done something more in line with affordable housing. We could do a lot more with it. That's just my opinion. And that's the board decision.
About opinion and input. And we'll go
Mayor
back to
Gupton, I'd like to
Mr.
direct
Vance.
this question, this statement to the staff in reference to what we're talking about now. Just looking at how can we strengthen our review process to avoid similar situations in the future while continuing to support affordable housing in Garner. That's something we'll put out there. So how we can prevent this from happening again, but yet still continue to support affordable housing in Garner.
So I will provide, just in working with our team at Wake County, they did share that most all of the LIHTC projects that are being built in the county or being planned in the county currently are using the same structure. So they told us to expect that if we're going to have LIHTC projects come into the community, in the foreseeable future, that they would expect them to likely follow the same type of structure. I don't know if that directly answers your question, Mr. Vance, but I think it's.
Well, the question I'm asking, because for me it came on short notice, without analysis, and now to make a decision, how to prevent that from happening in the future. I'm assuming I will leave that question to be answered.
Mr. Vance, let us talk about that at the staff
okay.
level to see if there's opportunities for process improvement or communication for potential developers. But I understand what you're asking.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that 1,000%, because we want to be involved as early as possible in that process so that we can do the analysis we need to do. And I'll go back to the work that the Affordable Housing Task Force did over 2 years in 2 different sessions of it, and why we ended up, let's go piggybacks on Mr. Singleton's point, we're a victim of the high AMIs in Wake County. And so when we looked at 60%, it wasn't meeting the needs of our staff. It was too high. And so that's the question we have to answer is, at what level, if I crunch the numbers real quick, $1,600, they're still cost burdened, even though it's affordable housing. And that is not the situation we want to be in, is we're creating affordable housing that's cost burdening our residents. And that's why there's that weird drop down even to 50%, because it gathers a whole other tier of people who need access to housing, attainable housing. They need attainable housing that's not a burden. And again, that goes back to the due diligence we have to do to say, 60% going to do it for us, or do we have to come to you and say, look, we need to do a little something to it and mix it up a little bit. I know you got the laws are this way. How can we work within that structure legally to provide a continuum or some? But we've just seen this, and so again, I think we're not against it. We just need to do some work. And to Mr. Hodges' point, what the county's communicating down to us, this may not be the first one. And we can be somewhat sensitive to constraints of time that you have and the investment of time and money that you have. But at the same time, we also have to do something that is not precedent setting in a way that's going to burden us or tie our hands into the future. And because ultimately what that does is it doesn't end up providing affordable housing and loses tax revenue. That's a lose-lose for everybody. So I think that's where I am. We've got to rally the troops on our side to figure this out, and protect our residents and their pocketbooks, basically, over the long term. Because, we've got, there are headwinds all around. We all have our own headwinds. So that's my last comment.
Mr. Tallent?
No comment.
Any further comments?
No, sir.
Questions?
Mr. Mayor, the request is before council tonight actually was a request made by the Housing Authority of Wake, and we do have a representative for them here tonight, and we've not provided them an opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to make sure that I know we jumped in and had the developer answer questions, and I appreciate his willingness to do that, but I also think it's appropriate for council to at least hear directly from the entity that's making the request tonight before you begin deliberating, if that would be appropriate.
Absolutely.
Can I just say one parting thing, Mr. Mayor? I just want to make sure that we, obviously that the council understands what the ask is tonight in terms of the resolution. I understand that there's a lot of discussion that went in and around this project. But I just want to make sure that we try to stay focused with what the request is, and understanding the road that we took to get here in terms of that request, in terms of having a certified plan, an approved plan, with no requirement whatsoever to provide who was going to live in the project and how it was going to be financed. So we weren't required to do that, and we didn't do that. So I would just ask that the council consider the exact issue that's in front of them. And
Yes.
I'm grateful for the time.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, as long as you understand, we feel a little bit pressed. This popped up to our attention at the end of last week that we have a yes or no. Mr. Vance, another comment, question?
Just a request, it's past 8 o'clock hour, is it appropriate to take a break right now? If not, then.
Give me 5. Give me 5. While our mind is fresh, and we do have a representative of the Wake County Housing Authority, we would be delighted to hear from you. I'm sorry if I mistook you for a member of the public.
No problem at all, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name's Kristen Kirby. I'm with the law firm of McGuire Woods in Raleigh. We serve as bond counsel for the Wake County Housing Authority. I'm sure I saw many of you at the approval for the Tryon Station project that's been noted. That was a similar resolution. Likely this has been covered, but just to clarify, I guess, the request and the housing authority's role and the town's role with the bond financing, I might just explain a little bit the resolution that we have before you specifically. The Wake County Housing Authority has agreed to issue multifamily housing revenue bonds for this project. By financing the project with those tax-exempt bonds, the borrower is able to qualify to receive the low-income housing tax credits that will provide additional financing for the project. The housing authority, as the housing authority for Wake County, has the authority to issue bonds for projects located anywhere within the county. However, if the project also falls within the municipal limits of a city or a town within the county, as it does here because the project's within the town of Garner, there's a requirement in the state statute that the town or the city in which the project is located adopts a resolution saying essentially it's okay for the county to come issue bonds for a project located within our town limits. So that's the resolution that is before you tonight. It's, not a resolution approving the project for any other purposes such as zoning, planning, permitting, whatnot. That all still has to go through the regular town process. The town's not being asked to issue the bonds. The county housing authority is issuing the bonds and is serving in that role. These bonds in no way affect town finances. They don't affect your legal debt limit, your debt ratios. They in no way show up in the town's audits, and the town has no financial responsibility and is not being asked to provide any sort of financial support to this project, either by serving as the issuer of the bonds or making a loan to the project, or anything else. It's simply a requirement of the housing authority statute that because the project is not within an unincorporated area of the county, but within the town limits of Garner, that they get a sign off from the town of the fact that they are issuing bonds for the project. I just wanted to clarify, since I know you have gone through multiple other meetings and approvals about this project, that is the specific purpose of this resolution tonight, to allow the project to proceed with the bond financing. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for your clarification. As I mentioned earlier, the resolution before us tonight is to ask for that bond or to approve that bond.
That's correct.
To go with that.
Yeah, approve the fact that the county housing authority is moving forward with the bond issuance.
Yes, we understand that. Unfortunately, we feel like this was sprung on us in very short order. We've been working on this for several years with the idea that it would be a for-profit market rate thing that would pay property taxes, et cetera, et cetera. And suddenly, within a week's time, it dawned on us, this is our chance to say yes or no. We want it or we don't want it. And we take this very seriously because we will be taking a large asset, a prime piece of property off of something that could contribute in certain ways, whether it's housing, whether it's commercial, whether it's property tax. And we're going to use it for this. And you've heard the concerns that our staff has, who are quite conversant on this AMI issue, that it's not really doing much for most of our citizens compared to what's across the street or down the street. That's the concern we have. Are we looking at this the right way? Are we making good decisions for our residents? And thank you for your clarity.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah, and you have a question?
Yes, sir, if I may. Now, just understand the county is going to sell the bonds. Now, as far as repayment of those bonds, is that countywide or is this going to be an area specific?
So the bonds are actually not a debt of the housing authority. The housing authority is merely acting as a conduit to allow the developer to use tax-exempt bond financing and LIHTC. It will be the developer's sole responsibility to make the payments to repay the bonds. So this is nothing that requires repayment by the county or by the housing authority or by the citizens of the county. It's purely the developer's responsibility to repay the debt that is the bonds. So similarly, these don't affect the counties or the housing authorities' debt limits, debt ratios. They're not in their financial statements because it's not their debt. It's the developer's debt.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, other questions for a representative?
Yeah, either of you can probably, what is this time frame that we are, or that is being worked on?
Of course. So as you can imagine, there are a number of approvals that go into these bond financings. The developer's gone through a process of applying to the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency for the bond allocation and the tax credits. Doing these bonds also requires a public hearing. That public hearing was held. There were no comments from the public at that hearing. The bonds require what's called a TEFRA approval. It's a type of approval that's required specifically for these tax-exempt bonds from Wake County. That approval was received earlier this afternoon at the Wake County Commissioners meeting. Before we can close on the bonds, we also need to get an final approval from the Housing Authority and then an approval from the Local Government Commission of the bonds. And these things have to sort of happen in a certain order to get there. So we do have a couple more approval steps, I believe, right now. Based on the timelines to get those approvals, we're aiming to close this financing in late March or early April is currently the target.
When was the public hearing and where was it held? And what was the notice practice for that?
Sure. So the Housing Authority, as the issuer of the bonds, they hold the public hearing. That was done, I believe, it was either November or early December. We're required under law to publish notice of the public hearing in the newspaper of general circulation for the area. So that went in the News and Observer as a notice of public hearing ahead of that hearing. And as I mentioned, no members of the public attended or submitted written comments for that.
And just another general question, you do these all over the county and with other
All over the
municipalities?
state, yes.
At what point is the municipality generally brought into the notification process?
Sure. So this is a little bit of a unique situation, to be fair, because the only reason this is coming before the town is because it's a county housing authority issuing the bonds, but the project's located within your town limits. If this was in, for instance, we've done similar approvals with Holly Springs and Apex. If the Wake County Housing Authority is doing a project like this within one of those towns, if it's in an unincorporated area of the county, this approval level doesn't exist. Also, if we're in Raleigh Housing Authority is issuing the bonds. So there is no separate extra approval needed. And I would say in most places across the state, we're dealing with city housing authorities. Durham, Raleigh, Charlotte, Gastonia, Greensboro, they all have a local housing authority. If Garner had a town housing authority, we would have been working with them on the bond issuance. We would have come to you for a similar but slightly different approval, just saying, again, kind of a check the box that this is happening in your town and there's been a public hearing and we wanted a chance for the elected body of the location to weigh in. But it's unique really to Wake County is one of the only county housing authorities we work with, because in most areas of the state, you're not dealing with county housing authorities, you're dealing with city, town housing authorities. So it's a little more tied directly. So that's kind of makes like this statutory approval that we're seeking tonight, I really only ever see in Wake County because of the fact that there's a county housing authority as well as city housing authority. So there's this extra layer.
Have you done this in any other towns?
Yes, we've done similar things with Holly Springs and with Apex for projects where the Wake County Housing Authority was issuing bonds for developments being built in those towns.
Is it fair to ask the question, it may be beyond your knowledge down there, but as it went through those towns, did it go through with the idea that the zoning, the annexation, the approval or conditional approval or whatever they were going before the town for, was it clear from the beginning that it was to be an affordable housing project?
I'm not sure I can speak to that because I only get involved in the financing piece, the bonds. So, typically we don't get brought into the deal until closer till the time where they're ready to close on the financing and do the bond issuance. We don't hear about the projects from the very beginning when the zoning and permitting's gone on, because that's sort of an earlier stage before. Yeah. So that's hard for me to answer but that's why we always try to say in these resolutions, this approval is not for zoning, permitting, planning. It doesn't obviate the need for all of the other normal town processes. It's just the specific statutorily required approval for the bond financing piece. So that's the only piece I'm involved in and can really speak to.
Yes, I understand. I'm just trying to kind of articulate the frustration that I think council feels is that we worked for several years to get this project passed through, rezoned, annexed, conditional rezoned, all those things under the assumption that it was going to be market rate, et cetera. And suddenly, in very short order, it's a very different animal. And that's part of our frustration or confusion, I think. Thank you very much for your testimony. That was very helpful.
Yes, thank you.
And I'll ask, I'll look again. Are there other questions or comments council wants to make at this point? Okay. If none, again, the issue before us is, will we adopt Resolution 2026-2687, which is a request from Wake County Housing Authority to authorize the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds to provide financing for the construction of Bennett Apartments North, which will include 171 units. Is there a motion related to that ordinance?
I think I'd make a motion to continue, and we need to figure out, I think it'd behoove us to compile a list of questions we have as council and vet those through staff in legal and try to get those answered as quickly as possible. And as we get those answers, then reconvene on this matter and maybe take an action on it.
Okay, there's a motion made to continue this item to a future date, made by
Second.
And the second was made by Mr. Vance. Okay, second by Mr. Vance. Okay, so there's a motion and a second to continue this item. Is there any more discussion on that topic?
Yep, I support the motion. There's one thing that I got hooked on now is the Garner average household income. We think where this project is, in 6 or 7 minutes, you can be in downtown Raleigh, where they're building $800,000–900,000 $1 million townhomes and condos, where this other, AMI comes in, other salary, whatever. That's the difference in Garner and driving 10 minutes into downtown Raleigh. It's just the salary, the household income is doubled or tripled or quadrupled. And that's what we feel because we've been here and we know. And so that's big, as we gotten talking about this, that's one of the big concerns I have. And I'll put that in the form of a question when this motion passes and we send in questions, I'll send in questions relating to that. But I support the motion. That's just one of my big concerns is the impact on people who live here. And if you look at, starting salaries in Garner for firefighters and police and other town staff, and the impact of, if it was $1,600, $19,200 in rent a year, what's that impact a part of their household, income? Is that 30%? Would a 30% supposed to be, the danger line? Well, it looks like in my mind it is, but anyway, I support the motion. That's one of the biggest concerns I have is we're using the county. In Apex and Holly Springs, their average household income is a heck of a lot bigger than Garner. And so it's a dramatic difference. So I just want to point that out.
Good observation. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's take a roll call vote on this just for clarity. I'll start again for Mr. Vance's end to come down, but if you're in favor of the motion to continue this, please signify by saying aye, or if you're opposed by nay.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Dellinger.
Aye.
Mr. Stallings.
Aye.
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 Okay, that's 5 ayes to continue the motion to a future date. That passes unanimously. This one is closed for this evening. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. I hope you understand the short runway we had on this. It looks like years to you. It looks like minutes. Thank you. And with that being said, let's take a 10-minute recess. Please return here at 8:40. Thank you. promptly from the recess, we'll get back to work over here. Under item G, new and old business, we have item 2, which concerns 510 Forest Landing sewer easement. And we have our favorite town attorney, Ms. Terry Jones, to explain this to us. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have a formal, PowerPoint presentation tonight, but I just wanted to give you some context of this request. The Lennar Corporation, who is developing the Mahler's Creek subdivision project, they have requested that the town convey a sewer easement to the city of Raleigh to serve their property. In serving their property, the sewer easement will cross town-owned property located at 510 Forest Landing Drive. This property was purchased by the town in 1989 for a public park. My understanding from our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department that there is a planned greenway to be constructed at some point, although it's not been funded on the capital improvement program yet. That would run roughly north-south through the town-owned property. So the sewer easement would cut across the property. And I'll give you if you can see the shaded light greenish blue is where it would cross. This small portion up to this property line is the portion that would be on the town's property and connect into an existing sewer line that serves the Forest, my understanding, the Forest Landing project. So the developers, because there's not an immediate public purpose to this particular easement, it's not anticipated that the town would need sewer services to support the Greenway project. The developer did get an appraisal of the value of what the easement would be, and in their packet there was an appraisal. I've reviewed that appraisal. The property did appraise at almost twice the currently tax assessed value of the property, and so when the appraisal looked at what the difference in the value of the property would be after the sewer easement would be encumbering the parcel, it's $6,100. Which the developers have offered as fair compensation for the diminution in value in the parcel. So what we're asking you tonight is if council is willing to accept that amount of compensation, and then to also authorize the town manager to execute the necessary sewer easement to the city of Raleigh. Happy to answer any questions you have regarding this particular request of the town.
And let's start with Mr. Matthews in here. Any questions, comments, sir?
No questions.
Mr. Singleton?
No questions.
Mr. Stallings?
No questions.
Mr. Dellinger?
Just to clarify that the town would have no responsibility for maintenance with regards to anything in that easement, is that correct?
That's correct. The easement basically gives the rights for the sewer line to go through the parcel.
And the other question is that easement would not impede the sewer line, nor the easement would impede the future construction of a greenway.
Yes, I checked with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department, and a greenway is permissible to cross or be aligned with a sewer easement. There might be a time if they needed to do maintenance on a sewer pipe that there might be a disruption, a temporary disruption in it, but it is an allowed use. Most of the town parcel is encumbered by stream buffers and floodplain. So Greenway is one of the few probably uses that the town could have for this parcel. But again, the department confirmed that there's no plans to put any, restroom concession kinds of services on this particular portion that would require sewer services.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance, questions, comments?
No questions.
Okay. That being the case, then there is room for a motion here to accept the compensation and authorize the town manager to execute this sewer easement. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Matthews made the motion, and Mr. Singleton was the second. Is there any other discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's take a voice vote. All in favor of accepting the compensation and authorizing town manager to execute the sewer easement, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck pulling that together and helping them push ahead. That brings us to item number 3, which is signature authority resolution. Again, the sponsor is our town attorney, Ms. Terry Jones. Can you give us a little overview of this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was originally on the agenda for December 16th, but was continued to this meeting. And I wanted to give a little bit of background. Again, I don't have a formal PowerPoint presentation, but I can bring up any of the documents in your packet if you would like. If you may recall, Town Council worked on its rules of procedure in 2023, and then in 2024, we worked on the Code of Conduct and Ethics. And it's typical for organizations to have signature authority resolutions to make clear who has been delegated authority to sign certain documents, as well as to take certain actions on behalf of the town, and particularly on behalf of those duties that can be assigned by council to the manager or some other town employee. So again, it's typical with many jurisdictions whenever there's been an election and you have an organizational meeting to consider your rules of procedure, your code of ethics, code of conduct and ethics, and your signature authority, as there may be changes on the elected board and how they want to operate as a body, and also what authority they want to grant to other town employees. So trying to get on this kind of cycle that each election, if there's a shift in the elected officials on the body, that we can reconsider those kinds of relationships and decisions at that time. So as a companion to this document, which I had drafted and provided to council members in early December, signature authority, some of this is existing authority that has been delegated in different formats, either through resolutions or policies adopted by the town. And then some of it has just been practice and procedure or practice. But it becomes a question of, I get regularly, does this item, does this contract, does this decision have to go to council? And where it's not explicitly written, my advice has always been go to council. Now, there's sometimes when there's an emergent need for something, and there are some rare instances where decisions might be brought to you afterwards to be ratified. But that's a rare occurrence if that ever happens. So in helping you to inform your decision about signature authority, I did provide you with a key duties document. This outlines all of the duties assigned to the mayor pro tem, council as a body, individual council members, and the town manager. And what I worked on with our previous legal intern in December was over 50 pages. I've tried to distill it down to 24 pages, but in realizing that I was only able to provide that to you yesterday, I believe you need time to consider that. So it may be appropriate to continue this item again so that council has an opportunity to fully review those materials when you're considering whether to adopt this signature authority resolution, or if you want to make any changes to the signature authority resolution that I proposed. And just to give you a little information, this signature authority resolution was provided to all of the department heads and the management staff for their input on things that they either are signing or would like to be able to sign in the future. So there has been input of town staff in this particular resolution before you. With respect to the key duties that were provided, obviously state law and charter provisions become difficult for council. Council can't change those on your own. You would have to go to the General Assembly to make those kinds of changes. But as as issues are in your rules of procedure or your code of conduct or your town code of ordinances, council has the ability to change those ordinances if you'd like to change some of the duties and other delegated authority to you. But again, we'd have to, if you want to make any changes to those particular things, then we'd have to potentially look through either an ordinance revision process or changing your meeting rule or your rules of procedure or your code of conduct and ethics. But I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time. But I do believe it may be appropriate to continue this item so that council has a full opportunity to review all the materials that have been provided.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. A sense of council, Mr. Matthews.
Let me ask you this, if we just initially wanted to do the town manager, the town attorney, and the mayor versus all the way across the board, since you're in that management flow, all three of you, could we be specific just for this vote to just authorize those three? Is that acceptable? I'm just fishing here. No reflection on any departments or anything, but kind of keep a control on it.
Right. You can certainly modify this resolution in any way you want to, but if there are significant changes, I would recommend that we put that in writing so everyone's clear about that. It might otherwise be difficult to craft a motion that understands exactly how this is being changed.
Okay.
But it's the prerogative of council as to how you want this resolution to be organized and what it contains.
The reason I make mention because all three work at, well, the mayor's the mayor, but work at the pleasure of the board, and definitely in that hierarchy of responsibility that rather than just shoot it across the board, I think having just those three that authorize would kind of have a sort of control over it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so you're kind of leaning toward the idea of go ahead and approve this resolution tonight. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you need to redraft it, if that's the route the council wants to go, I'm just offering that up.
Okay.
They need to redraft it and bring it back to us. I think that's what the attorney's saying.
Yeah, our question is, do we approve it tonight or do we continue it? And I usually like the idea of continuation if it's going to be folded in with some other issues which you seem to imply. So that's
I'd agree with that, Mr. Mayor.
Comments, thoughts, continuation? Are we kind of leaning toward a continuation?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think continuing this would be good just to sync it up with our procedures and rules and code of ethics. I think each of those documents have certain overlapping elements that I think would be useful for, one, the attorney to reconcile, but I think also then giving counsel one other opportunity to assess what the attorney provided to us earlier with the existing documents and get that feedback to her and process that, and then she can start to do that reconciliation that she was talking about.
Is that a motion?
Oh, I'll make that a motion.
To continue?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Mr. Matthews?
I think you got one.
Okay, okay. It's going fast, man. Well, who wants a second? I believe Mr. Matthews got my attention first. Mr. Dellinger made the motion. Would you like to expand on or any more discussion?
I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion on the motion that is before us to continue this issue? Hearing none, we'll call for a voice vote. All in favor of continuing this resolution discussion to another meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by nay. Hearing none, passes unanimously. Thank you for good work, Ms. Jones, and thank you for folding this in with other related documents and reviews. And we will be able to make a more comprehensive decision on all of that, I think, with your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And that brings us to item number 4, the Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan, transportation element particularly, very interesting, very exciting there. And our presenter this evening will be Senior Planner Julian Griffey. What can you tell us about this, sir?
Appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor, members of Town Council. I don't have an illustrative presentation, but I do have an informative but perhaps less visually appealing staff report and memo for that. That being said, I come before you. It's been some time, I believe, and this was presented before Town Council in October. That's when the contract was authorized back for the consultant to enter into an agreement with the town to help them, or to help us, update our comprehensive transportation plan. That being said, within that contract, there are 3 committees to be developed. One being the technical committee, the second one to be the advisory committee, and lastly, the policy committee. It was shared with you before, placed into your chairs. There was just a couple minor edits following the publishing of this memo, but did want to run through it. To my understanding, it was a similar setup to the 2018 transportation plan, where the council basically approved a steering committee. So that's basically what we're doing here today. So just to run through those 3 committees individually, the technical committee, as written within that particular memo, is comprised of various government entities in the general region. They're going to bring their technical expertise to this project to kind of set the baseline and the development of the comprehensive plan transportation element. So that's going to be members from the city of Raleigh, 1 representative from Campo, and then various members from the town of Garner. Going into the second committee, and this is where the recommendations are put forth before town council for your review and appointment, is going to be the advisory committee. These are going to be members that are part of the broader community. There'll be citizens from various organizations as well. Again, they're listed before you. There will be 2 members that have been recommended as from town council, being Grace Singleton as well as council member Elmo Vance. Going into 2 members from Planning Commission, those were designated last week, with Mariah Bishop and Commission member Ben Mills being the ones appointed from that board, or recommended for appointment from that board. There is going to be a member from the PRCR committee as well, Matt Davis. Going again is going to be advisory committee member Het Patel. He was recommended from the Department of Transportation at the City of Raleigh, and they have provided an alternate from that organization. Going into citizens, there is a transit advocate who has stepped up, and she's also been recommended by Director Triesenberg, Lomera Williams-Jones. From my understanding, she is an advocate as well as an adamant transit rider riding the Go Raleigh buses within the community. There has been Bob Deaton identified. He's also a citizen within the town of Garner limits. From my understanding, he's retired from NCDOT as an engineer, and he's also a cycling advocate within the community. We did identify 2 people from the Wake County Public School System. 1 will serve as the alternate, that's Elizabeth Sharp. But the main point of contact is going to be Alice Reese. Going into the last 3, there's a contact, Randy Clapsidal. From my understanding, he is from Morris Thermal. He was recommended or touch base from the Economic Development Department, and he has been recommended to be a part of this committee as well. There was a person from the Garner Senior Center when I conversed with that particular organization, and the president / the chair, Sharon Verity. She has been recommended and has accepted to be part of this committee. And lastly is going to be Isabella Nehmeyer. She is from Wake County Housing. Again, as mentioned, this was a coordinated group effort from Town of Garner staff, touching base with various organizations to see who they would want to appoint and recommend to this particular committee. There's a brief description of that committee, seeking to meet 3 times at key points throughout the entire process. So in summary, that is that advisory committee. Lastly, the third committee is going to be the policy committee. This is going to be making up of the decision makers. They're going to assess the development of the plan at 3 key points following the technical expertise from the technical committee, as well as the guidance from the advisory committee. That is going to be comprised of all members of town council, as well as all members from the planning commission. I do have those dates written here. They're not provided in this particular document, but can certainly shed light on those. Lastly, one point that I did want to make is we did get in contact and had a good amount of communication with Wake County's Wheel on Meals. From my understanding, Wheels on Meals happened to try and identify a member associated with that organization, and to my knowledge, they did tap Councilmember Grace Singleton to be perhaps the talking head and represent their purview and their values in regards to this transportation plan. So Those are the 3 committees, and as I had mentioned previously, the recommendation would be to consider the motion for these appointments of these recommendations.
Excellent, excellent, Mr. Griffey. Sounds like you've already done a lot of work on this project, indeed. That being said, we'll just go down the roll, start with Mr. Matthews for questions or comments related to the presentation. Mr. Matthews?
Can't top what he said.
There you go. Mr. Singleton?
I didn't connect the dots that this committee was the same one that I was going to be on. I got asked last week about Meals on Wheels, and Mr. Hodges was texting back and forth, and so I'll be glad to do it because I was there somebody talked to me last week, and I was there to do my route. So sure, I'll be glad to do it from the town standpoint and from Meals on Wheels.
Thank you, Mr. Stallings.
No questions.
Mr. Dellinger?
Yeah, I would like to make a recommendation on the committees for a slot for a dedicated town housing affordability person. I know Mr. Vance has served as the chair of that, but I think also if we hire that position or we form a board, that someone who has, what's the word I'm looking for? Specific expertise with regards to affordable housing affordability, that we have a slot on there for that person. And again, I don't know when that person may come into that process, but I want to make sure that housing affordability always has a seat at the table on our, ventures. And I think it factors greatly into transportation considerations as well, LIHTC or whatever, that transportation is an essential part of that. So that would be my only recommendation, is maybe add a 13th slot, and maybe we'll figure out how to fill that at some point.
Sure, and if I may respond, in that technical committee, if you do go to page 1, there is a slot specifically for that future housing position that would be allocated to that particular committee, just for what that's worth.
So I guess that's where can you clarify the timing of the roles of these committees?
Yes, excuse me, sorry, I am running through my particular set here. Yeah, so sorry, as far as, it is on that first page for whoever, whenever they happen to get hired for that housing focused role, they would be on that technical committee from the inside Town of Garner staff perspective. As far as timing goes, I'm not sure how that position has been advertised or hired for that specific position, but once they are onboarded, in theory, they would be integrated into this project seamlessly.
Well, and if I could add, we have posted the position, so it was posted right at the beginning of the year. So we have probably a couple more weeks of it staying posted and then starting the interview process.
Okay. I guess, I have a hard time seeing what the flow is. You say you've got timelines and dates. I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, yes. So sorry.
When these committees are meeting in relation to each other. So that's why it's hard to see kind of where I can see it on the technical committee, but why would it, is it helpful for it to also be on the advisory or not? Because again, I'm not really sure what the.
I gotcha. Yeah, so I think there's just a little brief separation from the technical committee is going to be more so, of course, the governmental staff, very much comprised of a lot of Town of Garner staff as well as a few various transportation organizations. So we did want to ensure that whoever housing person, whenever they are obviously incorporated into the town, then they would be delegated to that particular committee. And then we did set aside and confirm with and get that acceptance from that Wake County housing, general speaking, housing affordability on a grander sense. As far as meetings go, and yes, I did mention the timeline, I do have that before me and I can certainly share this post, but there are 6 times throughout up until the summer, late summer, that the technical committee will meet.
Okay.
And then the advisory committee, this committee that I'm specifically talking about, at 3 different times, and then the policy committee would come in behind those 2 committees and provide y'all's guidance, which again is
Okay.
So for that clarifying point, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any further questions, comments on this? Well, the item before us is, do we want to approve and appoint the members as recommended? Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Stallings, a second.
Second.
By Mr. Dellinger. Okay, any other discussion on the item? Well, let's take a voice vote. All in favor of appointing the members as recommended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Good work. Good work.
Appreciate
Mr.
that.
Tiffany. Thank you very much.
And one last thing I did want to highlight, we did have a bit longer of a list. We wanted to really focus in and not have too many chefs in the kitchen. But that being said, there is going to be focus groups, stakeholder meetings, engagement for the further, the greater community to obviously chime in and provide their input as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to item H on the agenda, updates to council committee reports from council members who are on a particular committee. Let's start with Mr. Matthews.
Nothing.
Okay, Mr. Singleton, committee reports. Mr. Stallings, committee.
I'm excited about tomorrow. I get to join the Garner Youth Council for their meeting tomorrow afternoon. So they're doing great work already, and I'm excited to be with them.
Wow, great, great. Mr. Dellinger, committee reports.
No reports.
Mr. Vance?
No report.
Okay. That takes us now, I think, to manager reports, and I believe we have some.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of council. We have 3 of your standing reports before you this evening. The first, I'd like to invite our town engineer, Miss Leah Harrison, to provide you a quarterly capital project update. So, Miss Harrison?
All right. Good evening. Couple things pulled up here. Okay, so I have for you tonight your regular quarterly capital update. As a reminder or some context for anyone who is new, we do these reports on a quarterly basis just to give you all an overview of where we are on all the ongoing capital projects. So I will go through the list that was provided in your agenda packet. We will not talk about every project because it would take a very long time. So we'll hit the highlights and then feel free to ask questions about anything else that we don't touch on. I pulled up first here, just as a reminder, our capital improvement program projects map that is on our website. So this is available on the public website. It maps all of our current capital improvement projects, as well as we have the City of Raleigh capital projects mapped on there as well. So it's a good resource for residents, for citizens, and for all of you also if you're looking to see what's going on around town. All right, so hopping in, our first set of projects is transportation-related projects. The Aversboro Road and Garner Road sidewalk project. That is a project to fill in 2 sidewalk gaps, one on Aversboro near the YMCA and one on Garner Road near Weston Road. So construction has started on that project. We are working on the Aversboro location first. So if you've driven that way, you've seen some clearing of trees and some preliminary grading happening. Once that site is complete, then they will move to Garner Road. We anticipate that that entire project will be complete by this summer. On your next page, the Main Street parking project. So this is the third of that trio of downtown projects that we have been working on. And this has been put out to bid. So we actually have a pre-bid meeting for this tomorrow, anticipating a March construction award. This project would extend the angled on-street parking on Main Street, an additional block across from the rec center, so between Purfoy and Montague, an additional block of angled on-street parking. So that one should be getting started, hopefully by this summer, be starting construction on that.
I have a question on that one.
Sure.
Are they going to take down those trees, the big ones?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, we talked about that, I think, last year or so, that the large trees will come down, as well as several of there will be some crepe myrtles that are in that area that will have to be taken down. And we are looking at places within downtown to relocate some of those trees in another area so that we still have them in the downtown area.
It just really kind of popped into my head. I think it would probably be a good practice that if we're going to take down trees, we need to replace them somewhere.
Right.
Anyway, I know it's not a policy or anything,
Right.
but it's sort of, those are 2 massive trees, and they will be missed if they are taken down. So I think, just planting for the future or something, somewhere, another tree. Anyway.
Right. Yeah, I think we have a lot of opportunities of locations in downtown where they would likely be more sustainable long-term, not right next to the railroad tracks, and more able to be enjoyed by people as well. So hopefully we can identify some places to replant some of those. Staying within downtown, we have the Pearl Street and Parker Street Improvement Project. This is now substantially complete. So if you've been in the downtown area recently, you have probably noticed quite a difference. We do have a few punch list items to finish up that will be completed this month. And I do have a few photos from this one. All right, so this is a photo. You can see the new sidewalk on the right-hand side. This is looking at Pearl Street. You can see the on-street parking here where the truck is parked. This is right next to the depots to the right and the History Museum. And so there's delineated on-street parking here as well as the sidewalk and then the new townhomes on the other side of the street. This is just another view of similar sidewalk. Here we are looking down Parker Street, so that's looking down Parker the other direction. And down Parker again, but back toward the Garner baseball facility. This shows the on-street parking that we installed in front of the Garner baseball facility. They, as we all know, use a lot of parking when they have events. They did previously park within the right-of-way and kind of along that street, so we wanted to make sure with this project that we gave them some parking back to be used. Similar area, you can see also to the right, that is the town's facility, and we've put some grass pavers that can be driven on there with a driveway apron so that area can be used a little more pleasantly when it's not being driven on, but we can also get access to that building because we do have storage in there. We'll wait on the next one. So that's it for Pearl and Parker for now. The next one is the Rand Mill Streetscape and Parking Improvements. So this is the third project that we currently have downtown. It is in construction as well right now. We are currently in phase 1, which is doing a lot of the grading for the parking lot on Rand Mill. By the end of this month, we'll be moving into phase 2, where our contractor will be leaving the parking lot area to work in the intersection of Rand Mill and Main Street, while the utilities are all put underground in the parking lot. So within the parking lot area, all of the overhead power will be placed underground. So that will be happening in phase 2. This is preliminary in construction, early in the construction, so just a couple photos here, but you can see some of the clearing that has been done on what was previously a grassed area on Rand Mill. And then this view, you can see the water tower in the background, and you can see really one of the biggest challenges with this site and this project is there's a lot of fall off of the back of that site down to the lower areas. So we will have a large retaining wall to house that parking lot.
I have a question on the pavers. Are those considered permeable?
They are.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Way to
Yeah, they are
keep some of that.
Designed to hold traffic.
Yep.
We've used them in a few places, especially where you have not frequent driving, but you need to be able to drive on it when you need to, like emergency access locations and things like that. They work well.
It's good to preserve as much of that in that part of town and not add so much more impermeable surface as that downtown gets developed. So it makes a big difference. That's really good.
True. Yeah, important for aesthetics and keeping the green space, and also important because we do have a lot of limits on impervious surface in that area. Okay, we'll keep that one there for the next piece. All right, and then one thing to mention, this is related to our street resurfacing project. This is part of our street resurfacing contract, but the last piece that we will be finishing up within the next month or so is a raised crosswalk on 5th Avenue. So this is really more of a traffic calming project, but it has been being accomplished with the same contract as resurfacing because it's more efficient that way. But if you all recall, we did with this year's budget for the first time get dedicated funding for traffic calming projects. And so this will be the first project that is coming out of that funding, and that is a raised crosswalk on Fifth Avenue. So between the small strip of shops across the street from the Food Lion parking lot and the Food Lion parking lot, there is a lot of pedestrian traffic through there, and there is also a lot of speeding. So we're going to do a raised crosswalk, which is a hybrid between a pedestrian crossing and a speed table. So it's raised like a speed table, but has the crosswalk on it and the signage for a crosswalk as well. So this will be the first one of these that we've done, and we're hoping this will be a good trial so that we can use them in other places in town.
To clarify, if I may, we're just doing one
Just
on
one.
that stretch.
Mhm.
But if it's successful, we may add a second, because that's a nice straight stretch, and you're right, people fly.
Right, yeah, we'll see with the one. We're hoping to have it in a place where I think a lot of the speed is when people come down from the intersection, and you go down that hill and pick up some speed. So we'll have it there kind of in a good mid-block location where there's a landing on the sidewalk from the shops. So
Yeah, that's where, that end is where more of the foot traffic is also, substantially more.
Right.
Okay.
And then just a quick mention on the White Oak Roundabout. I know we've talked about this. It is basically complete other than punch list. One question that we've gotten quite a bit, so that you are aware, the street lights on the roundabout will be installed by the end of January, we are being told by Duke. So that is one thing that we've gotten questions about, is when the lighting would be installed. So we hope that they will actually get that completed by the end of this month. All right. I'm going to jump forward to a few of the parks projects. The Garner Recreation Center playground is close to being complete, likely to be complete by the end of this month. If you have been in that area, I'm sure you have seen it.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I was out there last week looking around, and Matt was walking, was getting good. And you might already have this in the plan. I think Maria and I talked about it one time, but that back stretch of the track, the walking trail around there, all the way up to where the inclusive playground, are we going to be able to put some lighting up back there so people out there are walking, getting their exercise at night? It's dark on that backside, and I was wondering on the playground, is that going to be lit up also, or is that something we could look up on that whole backside there? Street lighting, where it light up that backside.
Yeah, we can definitely look at it. I'm not certain whether the playground project includes lighting that whole area, but that's something we could look at, and we could always do that as a separate.
And especially that walking trail on that backside of the track, because it is dark there, and people out there walking. Ladies are getting a little scared, so if we could look at that, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a look
Thank
at
you.
that. So I believe there is a ribbon cutting for that playground scheduled for February 4th. So coming close on that one. Let's see, a brief update on the South Garner Greenway extension. I know this project has been in design for quite a while. So if you recall, we were able to get LAP funding for this project, which is a great thing because it allows our dollars to stretch further, but it also extends our timeline on projects quite a bit. So we are working through the review of the utility plans. We have a lot of utility relocations, so working through those with the city of Raleigh. Once those utility revisions are addressed as needed, those plans will go back to NCDOT for review, and the next step is to get permission from DOT to be able to start acquiring right-of-way. So still ongoing in that process. The White Deer Park improvements, this includes both the playground and the splash pad at White Deer Park. The splash pad has been under construction since the fall. Primarily doing utility work, setting up the pump house that is required for the splash pad, starting on the restroom building in that area. And the playground just recently started construction in December, or started in January, notice to proceed in December. So just in the beginning stages of construction on the new natural playground. And then, of course, we have Jurgen Park Phase 1, and I have a few photos for you from this as well. So construction continues to progress on this. We've completed all retaining walls, drainage for the artificial turf field. The part of the access road, so at least the base course of the access road has been installed, a lot of curb and gutter, some utility relocations, and probably most noticeably, especially as you're driving by, is the steel structure for the shelter has been completed. So you can see that in this photo here, all of those steel structural elements. some of the retaining walls around the fields. This is the parking lot area, so the base course for the parking lot adjacent to the fields. And retaining walls and the stairs down from one level of fields to the next. And another photo of the structure going up. Going along with this, we do have design underway for the office and maintenance building that will be at Jurgen Park to house the staff and equipment that will be used to operate and maintain that park. So that design is in progress. In the facilities category, you probably all have noticed that we have construction going on at the police department on the steps in the front of the police department building. So those steps are being reconstructed. You all probably are aware, since that building was originally renovated, we've had trouble with those steps cracking and the quality of the concrete in them. We've lined them several times, and it never fixed the problem. So we finally determined that there were some structural issues with the steps, and so we are rebuilding them. We anticipate that the steps will be reopened in early March. The concrete work should be done by the end of this month, but it does have to cure for 30 days before we can open them to the public. And then a new one that you'll see on your list this time is the Public Works facility expansion. We have it on here. Replacement, lots of things you could call it. So this we will talk more about with you when we talk about the horizon items for our CIP, because this is not currently a funded project, but we know that it is a need. And so the request for qualifications has gone out for that, which gives us an opportunity to look for interest in the design community and gather some information about architects and engineers who would be interested in submitting on that project and gather their qualifications, so that we have that information and have some decisions made about who we would like to work with on it when the time is appropriate to pursue that project. And then finally in facilities is the Building 109 or the Town Hall Annex. It is still in progress. This project has been somewhat of a challenge. We've had a lot of missed milestones, a lot of issues with our contractor, but it is moving along. The work is being done well. It's just not being done on the timeline we were hoping. So we are now looking at a mid-February completion of that building, with hopes to have staff moved into the building early March. A milestone we reached this weekend is we officially have the permanent power on and connected. The building has power. So that is important to us because now we can install the HVAC and get that up and running, which is necessary to install all of the finishes within the building. So that's been one of the big hurdles that we've had to getting the last pieces finished up. So hopefully that means we can keep moving and keep that early March move-in timeframe. And then your last couple pages are projects being done by our external partners, so NCDOT projects. We have 3 in construction right now, the bridge at 50 and 70. There's a project at 50 and Timber, and then also at 1010 and Old Stage. And those 3 are in construction. Other than that, there were just a few projects, you'll see them highlighted in your report, that had changes to their let dates or their bid dates. The one that's still projected to be coming up soon, and we'll keep an eye on it to see if it moves any further, but we do have the project on 401 between Old Stage and Mechanical. Has a let date shown as March 2026. So we will keep an eye on that one to see if that is going to remain the let date. I know we've kind of been anxiously awaiting that one getting moving for a while. And then your back page is City of Raleigh projects or Raleigh water projects. There are not any updates to this from the last report. Same projects, that's still ongoing in progress. So, and with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Question. Great presentation. In reference to the Jurgen Park, I saw a lot of great pictures, and I drive by and see a lot of activity going on out there, which is fantastic. I just want to know, how comfortable is the staff with doing drone flyovers, be recorded, and for we can see how everything is coming together and possibly be able to post it for even the public and see what's happening out there?
I think we can talk about it. We do have some capability to do that. Our communications department has done some of that drone footage for us in the past. I don't think that we've done it for Jurgen specifically, or at least not publicly. But yeah, we can definitely talk about what that looks like.
Question, not off this, the bump, we have been emailing back on Garner Road, do you know, they are going to address it, correct? The Garner Road bump, but before the townhomes, they're gonna smooth it out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it might take some pulling them kicking and screaming, but we will keep doing that.
The bump's almost worse than the dip. I mean, it went from one extreme to the other, but anyway, thank you for continuing to follow up on that.
Sure.
Oh yeah, I had just a couple of quick questions. One is on when do you expect sort of the first iteration of the Meadowbrook interim use to come back to us?
I'm not sure when we expect to bring it back
Okay.
to you all. I can find out for sure and we can let you know. Right now, I know we have contracted with McAdams to sort of update that master plan and take a look at some of it. And we've got our staff working on some planning for some trails. One of the big pieces there, of course, is getting the access to the park. So we're working as well with NCDOT and some of the adjacent development to figure out what that access looks like onto Hebron Church. So, but I can definitely check in on when we anticipate to bring something back to y'all and let you know.
And is that dependent or not dependent on any of the dam work? That's sort of separate and independent from any of that or timeline?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. The dam has gone through its drying period at this point, so we're kind of wrapping up that piece, with the exception of potentially doing, some type of trail in that area. For the most part, everything else that we're talking about in the interim use would be accessing off Hebron Church and working sort of on the other side of the property, so it wouldn't be in the exact area where the dam was.
So we are, for the interim use, we're really leaning on Hebron Church road access and not at all on, what is that, Country Club Drive?
Correct.
Because of the neighborhood and the road condition over there, or?
Right. Yeah, there are a lot of challenges because Country Club is really a private street where one of the owners is the town, which makes it a little bit complicated. So we do need that access off Hebron Church long-term for sure, and so that's a priority of the first interim use is to get that set up, have an area for parking, and then work on some low-impact uses.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That was my question.
If there aren't any additional questions for the quarterly capital report, I'll invite Mr. Beck, our finance director, up to provide the quarterly financial report for council.
Good evening again. I'll keep my comments brief and be glad to answer any questions about the report, but I think you can see from the reports and the analysis that year-to-date, budget-wise, what we're seeing in revenues and expenditures is kind of tracking pretty closely with our budget estimates. As a reminder, we do receive a big chunk of our property tax revenue in December and January, which is our biggest revenue stream. So the numbers here account for that revenue through December 31st, but we did receive another large chunk of revenue the first week of January, which is technically, the last month to pay before interest starts accruing on that. So after that revenue is included, we're over 90% collected on property tax year to date. Sales tax is still seeing decent growth for us year over year. We have dropped from where we were last year because of the sort of recalibration of the per capita numbers for Wake County. So some of our neighbors picked up a larger share of sales tax revenue than we did in the current year, but still seeing growth on a monthly basis year over year in that 4 to 5% range on average, which is still a good growth rate for us historically. Revenue-wise, I did want to point out one item on the revenue analysis report. You'll see that we have seen a slight dip in some of our Parks and Rec related revenues, and had some discussions with Ms. Munoz Blanco about those items and what could be causing that. It's not a large decrease, but typically we've continued to see growth in those areas over the last few years. And we think that's related to the timing of some of the shows that were held at the GPAC year to date versus the prior year. And also for the facility rentals, some of the shelters at White Deer Park have been offline due to construction. So that's reduced the revenue opportunities there. But expect those line items to probably rebound as the year continues on. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad to answer any questions council has.
Okay, questions, comments?
I have a question, and this kind of will feed into our retreat conversations around the budget and 5-year projections. And as we do scenarios, one of the scenarios we may need to actually consider is with the increased frequency of revals by the county, what do we do in a situation when the reval values decrease? And that's not something we've ever had to think about because they always, one, they're not done but every 4 years, and they always go up. But looking at, there's actually a possibility where we could have a decrease in those reval and those appraised values. And so I think we need to just be hyper aware of what the market is doing and then sort of look at, you know, a positive scenario of it's flat, up 2 or 3% or 5%, and then maybe down 1 or 2%, because I think there's a lot of pressure on a lot of the lower end product in the market too, on townhomes and things like this they're actually decreasing in sale price. And so I'm gonna, as we get into retreat and we're thinking about projecting, what do we do in a scenario when our revenue actually may be flat because you're adding more, but it's coming in at a lower value. And so this also goes into our cost of services conversation as well. But I just want to make everyone aware that I'm going to ask that question. What do we do in a situation where the revals come in 5% lower in the next reval, or 2% or 1%? You know, anything under growth and increase, what that does to sort of our future budget outlook. So I don't have an answer to it either, but just put it on the radar.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep that in mind as we work through things with the long-term projections. And I think we tend to use conservative growth rates. You know, the growth rates we've seen recently have far exceeded what we use for planning purposes. But that is a good point. I've worked in a community previously that did see a significant drop in values and reval, and they were on an 8-year cycle. So, you know, they had hit their last reval right before kind of the housing market tanked and benefited from those higher values for that period of time. But when the values drop, it does put you in a situation where some hard decisions have to be made. So we'll certainly, you know, revisit those rates we're using for projections and make sure that we anticipate any decreases or anything like that may come in the future.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no additional questions for Mr. Beck, thank you. Thank you, David. Final report this evening is your January Talk of the Town, and Mr. Hodges, would you briefly review the Talk of the Town?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Your Talk of the Town report includes information on the National Community Survey. I know Council has been made aware of that, but for the public's benefit, the survey has been mailed to 3,500 households, and we're encouraging everyone who receives one of those to please respond to that, and then the open community-wide portion will begin later this month. Groundhog Day celebration, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources will be Monday, February 2nd from 10 to noon at White Deer Park. Our Launch Garner 5th cohort is underway. We were excited to begin the process with 38 applicants. They have been evaluated down and approved 15 to start the program. We have kicked that off recently We are still in need of mentors, so if anybody in the community who is interested in serving as a mentor is listening, please contact us regarding serving as a mentor for that program. And then our Habitat for Humanity has sent an invitation to each of you regarding their elected officials build that will be held on Friday, February 6th. And they're going to be hosting that at their Garner project site, which has been named Hope Grove. If you are interested in participating in the build, please follow the link and register. I believe there's a waiver that will need to be completed. So I know Ms. Murray is willing and able to help with registrations, but for this one, I believe it would need to be completed by the individual for waiver. If you're coming just for ceremonial parts of that, you do not have to complete the registration. Our youth sports leagues are open for spring youth volleyball and basketball. And then lastly, GPAC is honored to host the Air Force Heritage Winds on Sunday, February 8th at 4 p.m. The concert is free, but tickets are required to be obtained, and you can let us know if you're interested in that. You also have your monthly analytics from the Garner Info app. You see here sort of a variety of things throughout this reporting period. I will just give my usual reminder that it does not include all of the proactive cases that our code compliance and other staff members are out working on. Those are reported differently, and we're working on a way to try to help provide that information to you as well. And lastly, there is an annual summary, a year-end summary included that includes some statistics as well as a heat map of where we see the most of those cases throughout the year. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
If there are no questions by council this evening, that concludes the manager's report. Happy to answer any additional questions that council may have.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move right along to the attorney reports.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to introduce you to our spring legal intern, Imani Henderson. Unfortunately, she had to leave to go home to study, but she was in the rear of the room with our assistant town attorney, Morgan Pierce. And she will be with us until about mid-April, working on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in Town Hall. So she's already started working on some projects, very eager to assist the town. And she's currently a third-year law student at Campbell Law School, so she'll be finishing up and graduating this spring.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That brings us to council reports. And let's start at this then with Mr. Matthews.
Don't have anything.
Mr. Singleton.
No, sir. I got my question answered by Ms. Harrison earlier about Garner Road.
Okay, Mr. Stallings.
Have we discussed or found out about the garbage coming on holidays? Because I know sometimes the garbage comes on holidays, like we talked about.
Was there a specific one that you were looking?
Thanksgiving and the day before Christmas.
Okay, we'll follow up on that.
Most definitely.
Just a comment on our legal intern. I wanted to thank the town attorney for continuing to have legal interns, and for the public's benefit, it's a paid internship, which is really helpful for our interns. And I think, I might look at Maria. I think rec softball registration still open. Yes, so rec softball is also still open. We've registered rec softball and baseball. That's all I have.
Mr. Vance.
But yes, I would say the MLK celebration this past Sunday was great, well attended, and in spite of bad weather, it was a great celebration. Good job to the town and also to the MLK celebration committee.
Indeed, we want to keep up the good work and make sure we do at least as good next year. It was great. It was great. Okay. If there's no other issues, I think that brings us around to the idea of the closed session. We have an item or two. And Ms. Jones, could you give us the right designation, the right motion that we need here?
Yes, it would be, we're requesting a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute Section 143-318.11A3 to consult with the town attorney regarding litigation or settlement of a claim, to consider a waiver of a potential conflict of interest, and to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Okay, can I get a motion from council to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Stallings and second by Mr. Matthews. If there's no discussion, all those in favor of moving to the closed session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, we will move there, do some business, come back, make a quick report, stick around, or watch this on TV. Thank you. to the open session, to the public session. I'll call on our attorney to give us a recap of what was done in the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council met with the attorney and management staff to discuss potential settlement of a claim and gave direction to the attorney on handling or working towards settling that claim. Council also, by unanimous consensus, agreed to waive a potential conflict of interest.
Okay, so that concluded our work in the closed session.
Yes.
And we're in the open session now. If there's no more business, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dismissed. Adjourned. Thank you.